Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Deku created his own hero's world. Here is short summary. Izuku dreamt of being a hero. But with a quirk he didn't know how to use and was deemed useless, the world seemed to be against him and closed off. Until a chance encounter with a coffee shop owner helped him see that his world was his to shape. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku groggily made his way out of the main building of UA. It had been an hour since the exams ended, and he was trying to keep his spirits up. He was mostly trying to figure out how to explain that he risked his spot at UA to his friends. Friends who he noticed were waiting for him at the gates. Hey, you two. Izuku addressed them. He couldn't even look them in the eyes. They noticed the downtrodden look on his face and they grew concerned. Shoka walked up to the verdette with her lips forming into a comforting smile. Shinso joined them and asked the big question. So, what happened? Izuku was hesitant to answer, but he soon sighed and did so. I fought the 0-pointer. Do you remember that auburn-haired girl? The other two nodded. She was trapped under some rubble. The 0-pointer was reaching out to grab her and I used Resolute to block it. After that, I got her out and went back to keep it from getting to the other examinees. Well, that explains the bright flash of light I saw, Shinso commented. How are you feeling? Shoka asked. Izuku looked back at the university behind them. His mouth began to form a faint smile as he spoke. Despite it all, I feel good. Cafe Wildcat. 1 week later. The air was tense inside the cafe. At the counter sat Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso each had a letter from UA in front of them. The three teens just stared at their letters, afraid of the contents. Mr. H stood on the other side of the counter and watched the trio intently, waiting for them to make a move. RK, BK, and LK perched themselves on their usual spots on the teens, trying to help calm them down in their own way. Inko and Shinso's parents stood behind their children, waiting for them to open their letters from UA. Well, Mr. H's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, you can't just let them sit there forever. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso looked at one another, unsure who should go first. Shoka stepped up and took the letter into her hand, using her quirk to cut open the flap. She pulled out a small disc and set it on the counter. Well, this is a thing, Shoka dryly stated. The gray disc lit up and began to project the UA logo faintly in the air. Mr. H quickly grabbed the whiteboard next to the register and erased most of the writing on it before propping it up behind the projection. The image changed and Shoka's eyes widened. Hello, Shoka, Ayano said as she appeared on the projection. I am sure you must be rather surprised that I am here, but I will explain after your results. Shoka tensed up as she watched the projection. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Izuku giving her a soft smile. She took a deep breath and returned her attention to the projection. For your written exams, I must commend you. You passed with a 91 out of 100. The reason that is commendable is because Nezu deemed it necessary to test you and your two friends in his own way. Were you taking the standard exam, you would have passed with a 98, according to him. I would question his methods, but in the short time I have interacted with the Chimera, I have chosen to just work with his unique form of madness. Ayano said. Ayano focused on a small screen next to her as she continued to speak. For the practical portion, I am proud to say that you were able to gain 46 villain points, earning your place in the hero course. But there is more to the exam. This is a hero university, and what sort of hero university ignores acts of heroism? The screen next to Ayano began to display Shoka's various acts of aiding other examinees, including her final rush to help those who were shaken by the arrival of the 0-pointer. For going above and beyond, the judges felt it right to award you the necessary amount of 29 rescue points. Ayano turned to face the camera as she continued to speak. You pass, with 75 points in total, putting you in third place. Shoka began to smile as she watched the projection, ecstatic about how she did. But Ayano's next words filled her with pride. Shoka, I am so proud of how far you have come. And I am sorry it took so long for me to see how much you've grown. Ayano raised her arm and extended her hand to the camera. So come, my darling. This is the path you chose. This is your hero academia. Ayano's expression softened and her voice grew quieter. So keep growing, and know that I will watch over you, ready to see how far you go. I will see you when the semester begins. The projection shut off after that. Shoka was struggling to hold back her tears at Ayano's final message. She felt both Midoriya's giving her their support as she worked through her emotions. She smiled, a heartfelt one, as she finally let it all out. Once she calmed down, it was left to Izuku and Shinso to open their letters. The two just stared at each other before Izuku gestured to Shinso to go next. The Indigoat was just as hesitant as Shoka was, just staring at the letter in his hands. He felt his parents grip his shoulders to show their support. He slowly opened the letter and pulled out his own projector disc. He set it down on the counter as Mr. H moved the whiteboard over, ready for the next showing. The projector soon turned on, and the same opening screen appeared but switched over to show Aizawa as Shinso's presenter. Shinso, Aizawa tiredly addressed, I'm going to make this quick. First, since I trained you, Midoriya, and Sakurain, I abstained from judging your performances to keep things fair. With that being said, you passed the damn rat's special written exam, something he didn't tell me about until after the fact, with a 94 out of 100. Congrats. That's my boy, Shinso's father cheered, patting the teen on the back. Shinso's mother simply ruffled his messy, untamed hair. He blushed at the praise and affection they gave him but smiled nonetheless. For the practical portion of the exam, you were able to get 23 villain points. Despite the disadvantage you were at due to your quirk's nature, you persevered and found a way to achieve your goal. But villain points weren't the only thing we graded. Aizawa lazily motioned to the screen next to him. The group saw Shinso work to aid the other examinees at his site. As you probably know through Midoriya or Sakurain, we also graded you on rescue points. For your acts in the field, we have awarded you 36 rescue points, bringing you up to 59 points in total. Aizawa turned his head slightly to look at the camera. Shinso, you have taken your first steps to become a hero. But now, the underground hero began to give the camera a disturbing, toothy grin. The real work begins. The Shinso family began to cheer for their son's accomplishment. Izuku extended his hand for a fist bump that Shinso returned and Shoka gave him a smirk and a thumbs up. Once the group quieted down, all attention was focused on the verdette. Izuku's body began to tremble as he shakily lifted up the letter. It took him a minute to build up the courage to open it, only to accidentally rip it in half, narrowly avoiding tearing up the added papers in the envelope. The small projector disc fell to the counter and bounced and clattered before settling. Mr. H quickly repositioned the whiteboard as the projector turned on. Before the UA logo appeared, a booming voice could be heard. Booyah! I am here as a projection. Izuku's eyes widened at the voice he easily recognized. Shoka turned to look at Izuku, smirking at his shocked face, already knowing that he was struggling to hold back his fanboy nature. He shot her a dirty look, and her smirk grew wider. After all, All Might was presenting Izuku's results. Young Midoriya, I am proud to say that when it comes to written exam, you exceeded expectations. While not perfect, you received a 98 out of 100. The group saw the number. One hero leaning towards the camera conspiratorially, surprised to see he was a bit shaken by what he was about to say, and that was Nezu's test. Young Midoriya, I am afraid I have to warn you to keep an eye out. You, as well as another in your course now have his full attention. All Might leaned back and coughed into his fist before continuing, but now, it is time for the practical. For dealing with a number of foe villains, you earned a total of 49 villain points. That alone puts you on track for the hero course. But then, there is the 0-pointer and your engagement with it. Izuku felt his mother stiffen and her grip on his chair tightened as she saw Izuku standing in front of the metal monstrosity. The group quickly acted to calm her down, trying their best to assuage her fears. And as you know, there is a risk that comes from facing an enemy such as this. All Might's words hung heavily in the air. Izuku dreaded to hear what was next, already consigned to the idea that he failed because he acted against the zero-pointer. But we both know that being a hero means taking such risks. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the projection. He could see All Might's smile grow larger as he spoke, and a hero doesn't hesitate to save another. Were you to just engage the zero-pointer for the thrill of a fight, the judges would have had no choice but to reset your points to 0. Because you acted in defense of those around you and only fought the zero-pointer when you had no other options left, the judges felt it right to add the appropriate number of rescue points to your total. And with your other acts of heroism, All Might gestured to the screen next to him as it showed a brief montage of him helping out his fellow examinees and the auburn-haired girl. You earned a total 72 rescue points, bringing your total to 121 points. Congratulations, young Midoriya, for you not only passed but achieved first place. The verdette began to release a few tears as he saw All Might extend a hand out to the camera. But the next words broke the dam. Welcome to your Hero Academia. I can't wait to teach you when the year begins. The group stared at the screen for a moment, unsure if what they heard was correct. Wait, I have to record how The projection turned off then and there. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso were stunned for a moment. Inko saw her son was visibly shaking in his seat. She was about to check and see how he was when his fist suddenly shot into the air, the action nearly causing BK to fall from his perch on the verdette's head. We're going to be taught by All Might. Izuku cheered out. A surprise to be sure. Shoka merely stated, her lips forming a cheeky smirk. Shinso didn't have much to say, but you could see the excitement in his eyes at the prospect. Izuku calmed down and looked at Mr. H in gratitude for everything the older man had done for him up till now. His mentor simply gave him a knowing grin and a nod as he spoke. I'm proud of you, Phones. The older man crouched down behind the counter and began pulling out several packages. Before we start the party, I got something for you three, Mr. H said as he put a wrapped box in front of the three teens. He put a hand on his hip while the other gestured to them, figured the new heroes in training need some style. Been working on getting these made for each of you while y'all trained. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso looked at the older man in confusion. He chuckled and addressed them, what? I had no doubt y'all would pass. So go on, open them. The three teens smiled gratefully at the older man and tore open the packaging. One by one, the three opened their boxes and stared wide-eyed at the contents. So, Mr. H's voice caught their attention. Do they got style, or do they got style? Scratch Rhapsody, Psych Type, Jammer. Izuku generates 2 discs of energy, resembling vinyl records, that he uses to manipulate sound waves around him. Depending on how he scratches, the effects are different. The attack is complete when he uses his voice. This leaves his vocal cords slightly damaged, making Scratch Rhapsody a risky psych to use. Scratch Rhapsody has one use before it needs a 20-second recharge, and if Izuku cancels the psych mid-use, it must recharge. Mido Roya Household, Saturday. Izuku was sitting at his rather empty desk, head bobbing to the sound of music coming from his headphones. His hand danced across the screen of his tablet as his stylus moved with a flourish. As the music faded, his hand slowed down until he stopped with the music. Izuku set the stylus down and leaned back in his chair. The pen was ready for printing and pressing, but he figured he could do that tonight so he could test the new pen tomorrow before classes started on Monday. His thoughts began to drift as a somber song began to start up from his playlist, prompting the verdette to look around his room. His desk was clear of most of his hero merch, notebooks, and sketchbooks save for a few he didn't feel like packing up. His walls went through the same treatment as several of his posters were pulled from the wall. His corkboard was cleaned and added to the pile of boxes near the door, and the pins and sketches that once covered it were put in their own separate box. Izuku continued to look around his room as the memories began to flood his mind. Izuku, sweetie, Mr. H and Shoka are here with the truck. Inko's voice rang out. Her head poked into his room to check on him. She saw Izuku sitting at his desk. He hadn't noticed her, so she entered his room and made her way to his desk. She nudged his shoulder and spoke again, Izuku. Mr. H and Shoka are here. Izuku looked at his mom and slid off his headphones. Sorry mom, just lost in thought. He gave her a smile and began to save his work for later. Once the tablet was shut off, he slipped it into his backpack and looked at his mom. Better not keep them waiting. Izuku walked over to his stack of boxes, clipped Orbit to his shirt, slipped on his blue hoodie, and grabbed one of the heavier ones while the others were lifted up with Orbit. He was about to walk out when Ink stopped him by grabbing a box of her own, his backpack strapped to her back. "Slow down, mister. I don't care if you can grab everything, I'm going to pull my weight too." Izuku chuckled as Inko walked past him. He followed right after her, with the rest of his boxes floating in a line behind him. Inko made her way to the front door and opened it, letting Izuku exit without issue as he finished pulling the boxes outside with Orbit. Inko grabbed her purse, closing and locking the door, and once the two vedettes were outside, they turned to look over the railing. On the ground, they saw Mr. H standing next to the UA moving truck with Shoka sitting on the bed, wearing her usual Mr. Mew hoodie coat on top of her plaid gray sailor dress, chatting with her current guardian. The two noticed the vedettes above, Shoka giving the two a single wave while Mr. H called out to them. "Morning, Midoriyas. Ready to get this show on the road?" "Of course, Mr. H. We'll be down in a second," Izuku responded. He and Inko quickly checked their surroundings, making several checks and double checks, and once they were clear, Izuku used Orbit to send down all his boxes. The vedettes took the stairs and met up with Mr. H and Shoka on the ground after a brief trek down the stairs. Shoka looked at her friend and got out of the UA truck to greet him. "Sup, Izuku. So did you pack your whole hero shrine or did you force yourself to hold back?" "Oh ha ha Shoka," Izuku replied with a pout. "If you must know, I held back. Don't want to flex too hard on our dorm mates." He spent several hours debating what to bring. He even built up a case for each piece of merchandise on why he should bring it, while also arguing the case on why he shouldn't. "I was acting as jury," Inko supplied. She ignored the betrayed look on Izuku's face while he and Mr. H loaded up his boxes as she spoke to Shoka. "Good morning, Shoka. How are you doing, dear?" She brought the Ravenet into a tight hug, one Shoka returned once the feelings in her arms returned. "I'm good, Mamadoriya. A little nervous but it'll pass," Shoka said. The two broke off from the hug as Izuku and Mr. H rounded the corner. "Well, we're all set here. We'll meet the driver at their dorms when we get to UA," Mr. H explained. He looked at the two students and asked another question for confirmation. "Heights Alliance 1A, right?" Izuku and Shoka nodded, which caused the older man to grin. Before they could leave, Inko stopped them. "Wait, I need pictures," she exclaimed frantically. Inko dug through her purse and quickly pulled out her phone. Mr. H was smart enough to back away while Izuku and Shoka got herded and posed by the older vedette. She stepped back as she readied her camera. "Okay, you two," big smiles. Izuku and Shoka gave each other a glance before shrugging. They gave Inko a smile as she went overboard with her camera, taking dozens of shots much to the two young adults' shock. "Oh, you two look so cute together." The two began to blush as Inko's words registered in their minds. They could barely look at each other without turning their heads away. Unfortunately, this meant they missed the smug, accomplished grin on Inko's face as she watched the two. Mr. H only laughed at their embarrassment as he watched on in amusement. After the two college students recovered, Inko took control again. "All right," she said, "let's get in the car, everyone." Mr. H followed Inko to her car as the UA moving truck began to leave the complex. Izuku and Shoka were still rather slow on the upkeep but moved to the car without thinking. They were greeted by Mr. H standing next to the passenger side door, who only gave them a cheeky smirk. "Don't worry, saved you two a seat," Mr. H said as he gestured to the back seats of the car. Izuku and Shoka grumbled at the continued teasing as they entered the vehicle. Once the group had buckled in, they started to make their way to the Hero University. Inko and Mr. H fell into comfortable small talk while Izuku and Shoka chatted with one another. "Any word from Momo?" Shoka asked as she scrolled through her phone. "No, all she said was she would arrive sometime today," Izuku replied. He turned to Shoka and showed her his phone. "I did get a message from Aizawa though." Shoka took Izuku's phone into her hands as she read the message from their sensei. Grumpy Sensei. Problem child. I won't show up until Monday when school starts. Grumpy Sensei. Nezu's new administrative assistant will be in charge in the meantime. Be sure you and Problem Child 2 help her out. Shoka blinked in confusion as she read the phone message. Wait, hold up. She turned to Izuku as she continued. When did I upgrade to Problem Child 2? She asked him. Izuku took his phone back and shrugged. Who knows? At least you two don't have to ever worry about being Problem Child number 1, he said with a deadpan expression. Shoka got a laugh out of his words, with Izuku joining her almost immediately after. The rest of the car ride fell into a comfortable lull as the 4 occupants spent the time with idle chatter. After a half-hour ride, they arrived at UA. Inko pulled up to where their truck was at Izuku's and Shoka's new home for the next year. Heights Alliance 1A. It was a large, 5-story, brown building with the name of the building and what class it holds painted on the front. The ground floor was painted white and had large columns on the porch that was surrounded by bushes and hedges, with a small garden patch off to the side. The building had a noticeable 2-wing design, with the 4th and 5th floors not being connected at the front. The group of 4 got out of the car and noticed that there weren't many moving trucks nearby, theirs being the only one at 1A. Must be the first ones here, I guess, Izuku said aloud. Seems like it. I doubt anyone besides you or Momo would be early risers. Shoka commented. The two made their way over to the truck and began to unload and sort their boxes. Well, don't worry, I'm sure we can finish up quick enough for you to get a cat nap in. Izuku said with a cheeky grin. Shoka gave him a mock pout as she gracefully retorted, boo. She nudged him in the sides with her elbow and went to grab one of her boxes. Izuku shook his head and grabbed one of his own, using Orbit to grab the rest of their boxes. The two met up with Inko and Mr. H at the 2 double doors leading into the dorm as one of them opened up. Stepping out to greet the 4 was Ayano, who was wearing her signature jacket, though she traded her shorts for a pair of form-fitting black formal pants that clung well to her hips and legs. The dark-haired woman saw Shoka and gave her a soft smile. When she looked at Izuku, one could see a hint of remorse and some other unresolved emotions, but Ayano schooled her features before addressing the whole group. Welcome to Heights Alliance. I am Komachi Ayano, Nezu's administrative assistant. Please, make your way inside so we can get you two situated. Ayano turned and led the group inside, Izuku and the boxes trailing after them. Once they were inside, the group began to look all around them. In the center of the building was a rectangular patio area sectioned off by glass walls, with doors at either end. To the right was a large room, meant for their course instructor, followed by what looked like a small gym and laundry room further down. On the left was a small common area with a long table and several couches and chairs with a large television sitting in the corner on top of a stand. Several dining tables followed after with a decently sized kitchen for the students to cook their own meals. The walls were lined with 4 windows that allowed them to see the small outdoor garden just outside. At the other end of the building were 2 flights of stairs and a pair of elevators leading to each wing. Each student has a room on the upper floors, with the left wing being assigned to the males and the right wing being assigned to the females. At the end of each wing is a small communal bathroom and showers. The rooms themselves come with their own toilet, closet, and air conditioning. There is also a small balcony attached to each room should you feel the need to enjoy some fresh air. Ayano looked at the tablet she was carrying as she continued her explanation. Shoka, Midoriya, you both are on the 2nd floor. Midoriya, yours is 2 to 2L. Shoka, yours is 2 to 2R. She pulled out 2 keys and handed them to their assigned person. The rooms are yours to design as you see fit. She looked to Izuku after reading a small note attached to his details. In fact, Midoriya, your request for a blank black wall was approved. Nezu asks that you keep it clean when you start your project. Izuku nodded. Understood, Ms. Komachi. Good. As you two are the first to arrive, we should get you both and your things to your rooms. Shoka, would you like some assistance? Ayano asked her surrogate sister. Shoka looked at Izuku, who gave her a supportive smile before she turned back to Ayano. Sure. I don't mind. Ayano summoned her Quirk, Iris going to grab several of Shoka's boxes as she grabbed one herself. The two went up to her room, with Izuku, Inko, and Mr. H making their way up to his room. As Shoka, Ayano, and Iris arrived at Shoka's room, the Ravenet used her newly acquired key to open the door for the three to enter. They spent the whole time in awkward silence, Ayano trying her best to try and speak up while Shoka didn't really seem ready to start up a conversation. With all the boxes inside the room, Shoka began to sort through her things to set them up. Ayano bit her lip as she waited. After a while, she began to speak up. "Shoka, just get over here, you dummy." Shoka cut her off, giving the older woman a bone-crushing hug. Ayano was stunned but returned the hug with a warm smile forming on her lips. "I missed you, Yano," Shoka said quietly. Ayano was silent, simply lost in the flow of emotions. "And I missed you, my darling Shoka." Shoka and Ayano stood there a while longer, letting time pass by as the surrogate sisters finally reunited with 1A. The Midoriyas, Shoka, Ayano, and Mr. H stood outside the dorm near Inko's car. The older man moved around to the trunk as he addressed Izuku. "Phones. I have taught you much over the years. And now, it is time for you to continue our work," the cafe owner said as he opened the trunk. Izuku tilted his head at Mr. H's theatrics, but that confusion turned to surprise as he saw a large box in the older man's arms. "It's time for you to make the brew, my apprentice," Mr. H said with pride. The box was for a cafe-style coffee maker and grinder combo, the same one Mr. H uses at his cafe. It was a stainless steel coffee maker, with the specialized grinder in the middle of two makers, made that way so they could keep up with demand. The makers themselves allowed for a single cup or full coffee pot brewing and were easy enough to use. And it seemed Mr. H splurged and got a special tea maker edition, though Izuku could guess why that was. "I also made a deal with Nezu as part of Aizawa's original deal to train you. One of the pantries is stocked up with several types of beans I use for my brews. If you get low on one, just send a request to Nezu and you will get your refill." Mr. H thought on it for a moment before moving his head back and forth as if crunching some numbers, probably the same day, if not the same hour. "That would explain those rather strange requisition forms I found last week," Ayano muttered. "And so," Mr. H continued, "the show is yours, my apprentice." Izuku couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He accepted the box with as much grace and poise as he could muster, which wasn't much at the moment. I will bring honor to the brew." Inko, Shoka, and Ayano just watched from the sidelines. Inko was more than happy to take as many pictures as she could while Ayano leaned over to Shoka, one of her brows quirked in confusion. "Is this normal?" "Yeep," Shoka simply replied, popping the P at the end. "Damn good coffee though. I'm sure Izuku would be more than happy to make us a cup once he calms down." They saw Mr. H hand Izuku a plaque soon after. They were initially confused, but the wording on it gave away who had it made. "No one but the problem child may use this, under penalty of death. No exceptions." At least Shoka knew that the coffee machine was safe from others. She might actually have to thank Aizawa for that. Ayano was currently enjoying her fresh cup of coffee, now understanding just how good Midoriya was at brewing. She had just finished checking in the 5th student of 1A who arrived, a large young man by the name of Mezzo Shoji. She remembered him from the entrance exam, but his quirk, dupli arms, made him notable. Shoji was tall, with gray hair that was swept forward, covering most of his face and his eyes as it bent down at a right angle, with a blue-colored mask covering his jaw and neck. The lone, visible eye had an intense look to it as it was turned inwards at a sharp angle. His arms were split into 6 limbs, with nubs at the ends of 4 of them and a series of webbing in between each arm. He was wearing a gray tank top that allowed his arms to move around easily and not get caught by the fabric, and a pair of green camo cargo pants that were tucked into a pair of black boots. Izuku came by and offered to help his fellow classmate with his boxes, a gesture Shoji appreciated, and the two made their way up to his room, leaving Ayano alone with her thoughts. It wasn't long until she heard a voice behind her. "So, how are you doing, Ms. Kamachi?" Ayano turned around and saw Izuku walk up to her, seemingly finished helping Shoji with his belongings. The two stood by the doors in silence. If trying to talk to Shoka was hard, this was just a new level of awkwardness for them both. I am fine, Midoriya. Ayano responded. The two continued to stand there in silence. The other 4 members of 1A that arrived were setting up their rooms, with Shoka being almost done with her room. Ayano checked her tablet and made a mental note that the next student should be arriving soon. She gave the verdette a side glance before making up her mind. Midoriya. Ayano started. Izuku gave the dark-haired woman a glance of his own. I must apologize for my behavior when we first met. I was not of sound mind at the time, and when I found Shoka, I let my emotions get the better of me. Izuku looked at the older woman for a moment before responding, I get it. Shoka told me how you two met. How important you were to each other. So I get it. He turned to face her fully with a serious look in his eyes, but she's important to me as well. She was my first real friend for a long time, and I know how much it hurt when she disappeared. His expression softened as he continued to speak, but it's because she's important to me, that she's important to you, that I'm willing to start over. He held out his hand to Ayano. I'll be in your care, Ms. Kamachi. And I hope to get to know you as Shoka does. Ayano gave the verdette a smile before shuffling her tablet and coffee cup around to shake his hand. I would like that, Midoriya. Just, please continue to look out for her. Her grip tightened around his, but Izuku returned the gesture as Ayano spoke again, but should you hurt her, you will face my wrath. Is that understood? Crystal, he replied determinedly. The two broke their hold and the once awkward silence shifted to a much more comfortable one between the two as they came to an understanding. Ayano continued to look through her papers when Izuku spoke up again. I'm going to make a cup of coffee for me and Shoka. Care for a refill? Ayano looked at her cup and realized she drank it faster than she had expected. She handed the cup to Izuku and gave him a small smile. I would appreciate it. Thank you, Midoriya. It's you. A loud voice rang out through the hall. Izuku was in the kitchen, with Shoka sitting at the counter and joined by Shoji. The 3 turned around to see a blue net that Izuku and Shoka had hoped to avoid, quickly clearing the space between them and the door at a fast rate. He was wearing a light blue polo that was tucked into a pair of khaki slacks and brown loafers. Izuku was a little taken aback by the young man's action. Shoka tensed as she glared at the blue net while Shoji was more confused by what he was watching. The blue net was now standing in front of Izuku and bowing. I must apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam. I had misjudged you and it was unbecoming of a future hero. From your performance during the practical portion, you have proven to be the better hero. The young man finished off his impassioned speech with odd mannerisms and hand movements, mostly chopping at the air. What? Izuku just stared at the blue net, unsure of what to say. You were even able to discern the hidden aspect of the exams. The blue net continued unabated. Shoka in her own confusion chimed in with what she thought he meant. You mean the, don't be an asshole, be a decent person, points. Language. The blue net chided her while chopping the air again. He stopped when he realized he was falling back into some of his habits. I apologize once more. While not the words I would choose to use, I do mean the rescue points. But beyond that, he turned to face Izuku again. Not only did you rush in to save that girl, you chose to face the 0-pointer, at the risk of your own placement here at UA. The blue net gave Izuku a perfect 90-degree bow as he continued to speak. I hope that you continue to show such a heroic spirit while we learn to be heroes. You have set quite the example and I aim to follow suit. Izuku spared a glance at Shoka, who just stared at the blue net with a quirked brow. She looked at Izuku and simply gave him a shrug, letting him take the lead on this one. Midoriya Izuku. The young man looked up and saw Izuku extending his hand out to him. The blue net did the same and introduced himself, Iida Tenya. Iida looked at the other two so he could continue introductions. Shoka took his hand and gave him a smirk, Sekurane Shoka. Iida then moved to the taller young man with gray hair, who had a mouth form at the end of one of his arms to speak, Mezzo Shoji. So, Iida, Izuku spoke up. The blue net turned to face Izuku. Need any help moving your things to your room? I know I would appreciate the help, seeing as how my younger brother decided to leave it all to me. A voice called out from the front door. Tensai, I apologize for leaving you behind. Iida quickly moved to the door at a speed as close to running as he could to meet up with his brother, who looked like an older version of him. As the three 1A students looked on, Izuku and Shoji made their way over to help with the move. It was then that Izuku had a realization. Your brother is Ingenium. Shinso had finally arrived at the sight of Izuku, Shoka, Iida, and a gray-haired man as well as another verdette with a frog-like appearance sitting in the lounge area and chatting. Izuku and Shoka noticed that he walked in and got up to greet their friend. Welcome to the party, Shinso, Shoka said. Glad you finally showed up, Izuku added with a grin. Shinso just gave them his usual tired look and nodded. He was wearing a black and gray striped hoodie with a denim blue jacket on top of it. He had on a pair of blue jeans and brown sneakers. Yeah, there was a pause that Izuku and Shoka picked up on. Had some last-minute things to check before we left. Already making friends, I see. Shinso said as he looked at the group of new people and gave them a nod, acknowledging their presence. I'm going to start setting up my room. Mind making me a cup of coffee? Shinso began to move before Izuku even answered, already making his way to the stairs. Sure thing. What's your mood? Izuku called out to him. Shinso stopped midway and took a minute to answer. Izuku grew a little concerned, but his best friends answered before he could push further. Pick me up. It's already been a long day. Shinso lazily answered. Izuku simply nodded and started to make his way over to the kitchen. He grabbed a small sheet of paper and made his way back over to the group. Since I am making a pot for Shinso, does anyone want a cup of your own? Izuku asked them. You know me, I'll take another cup of house blend since you're offering, Shoka responded. No thank you, Midoriya, Iida answered while shaking his head. I'm not much for coffee sadly, but I will let you know if I change my mind, Shoji replied. Hero, why not? The other verdette answered. All right then, I guess I'll get started, Izuku said. He handed the girl a sheet he brought over. Just let me know what's your mood, Tsuyu. Sure thing, Tsuyu answered while taking the sheet from him. And call me Sue. Tsuyu was a rather short girl compared to Shoka and had a slender build with rather wide hips and strong-looking legs, and large hands. Her hair was a dark sea green color that draped down to her waist, with a bow being tied into it near the end with the hair itself. She had two side bangs that framed her face and went down to her shoulder, with a set of shorter bangs swept around her eyes, with a middle group dropping in between them. Her eyes themselves were large and oval-shaped, with black irises and more visible eyelashes on her lower lids. Her mouth was rather wide, with the middle dipping down a little in the middle to add to her frog-like appearance. She was wearing a bright yellow sundress with green lily pads near the hem and white Mary Janes. Right, sorry Sue, Izuku replied while rubbing the back of his head. Tsuyu began to read over the list Izuku handed her. He had checked the stock in the pantry Mr. H made him and decided to make a basic menu for now that listed what kind of coffee he could make. She looked to Shoka and decided to ask her for help since it was apparent she knew Izuku well enough. Shoka, Hero, what does he mean by mood? Oh, it's something we picked up while working with his mentor at his cafe. Just our way of asking what you want. Your mood determines what you want to drink, or sometimes the drink gets you in a certain mood. That's all it means, Shoka replied. She slid over and the two talked about some of the brews Izuku listed. As they did, another person walked in after speaking with Ayano. She was a rather petite girl and chin-length dark purple hair that had an asymmetrical fringe that fell to the left. A unique part of her hairstyle was how the light reflected off of it, giving the sides the look of a sound wave. Her triangular onyx eyes were sharp, with long lower eyelashes. Her most notable feature was the pair of plug-like jacks that hung from her ears. She was wearing a long, yellow tank top with "Deep Dope" written on it over a black sports bra. She had on a pair of black jeans that were torn in several places running up her legs, and a pair of black boots that went up to just below her knees to finish off her look. She saw the group in the lounge and made her way over to introduce herself. Shoka had seen her walk over and got the ball rolling. Sup. Name's Sakurane Shoka. Jiro Kyoka. Nice to meet you, Kyoka replied. Well, welcome to the party. Let me introduce our members. Shoka gestured to Tsuyu first. On our right, we have our lovable frog girl, Asui Suyu, call her Su. Suyu gave out a small croak and smiled while she nodded at Shoka's words. The gray-eyed Ravenet then moved her hand over to Shoji. Big guy here is Mezzo Shoji. Shoji simply waved. And last but not least, Iida Tenya, our resident droid. Iida squawked indignantly and began to chop at the air at Shoka's words. Securane, I must insist you stop equating me to a robot. Shoka ignored him and leaned closer to Kyoka. As you can see, he malfunctions rather easily. We would trade him in, but we lost the warranty. Kyoka stifled a laugh and added her own commentary. Have you tried resetting him? Can't find the power button, Shoka said with a shrug. Shoka, don't break the Iida. We just got him, Izuku called out as he made his way over with a cup of coffee. And don't mind her Iida, we know you mean well, he said to placate the Bluenet. Izuku handed Shoka her cup of coffee and addressed Kyoka. Hi, Midoriya Izuku. Resident Brewmaster. He held out his hand to Kyoka. Kyoka took it into hers and began to shake, but her ears picked up the sound of Izuku's music coming from his headphones. Her eyes widened as she recognized the old rock song being played as the guitar solo began to play. No way, you're listening to Foreigner? Kyoka asked. Yep, Izuku answered with a bright smile. My mentor got me hooked on some of the pre-Quirk classics. Went on a deep dive soon after. He then saw her shirt and his smile grew wider as he pointed to it. Niece. Kyoka smirked. So far, so good. Suyu was holding on to her own cup of winter warmth while watching Shinso halfway done with the pot Izuku made for him. Hiro, when you said you'd make him a pot, I didn't think you meant that literally, Izuku. Yeah, one might think I'm enabling him, but really I think I'm keeping him alive at this point. Izuku deadpanned. More dorm mates had arrived after Kyoka and were busy fixing up their rooms. Shoka and Kyoka were on the couch in the lounge when they noticed several vehicles arriving with the moving truck. Izuku, I think Momo's here, Shoka called to him. Izuku and Shoka walked out of Heights Alliance together and saw the fleet of vehicles Momo had brought with her. The two of them sighed in slight amusement at Momo's obvious misunderstanding of what would be essential to bring from home. The heiress soon stepped out of the limo, followed by her mother. Momo was wearing a long, white button-up sundress with a pair of black leggings underneath it and brown leather boots. The Ravenet saw her two friends and quickly made her way over to them. Hello you two, she greeted as she pulled the two into a warm hug. Izuku and Shoka blushed at the action but returned the hug nonetheless. They could see the smirk forming on Ayano's face as she watched the three reunite. Momo finally released the two, a faint blush on her cheeks as she realized what she did, and Shoka decided to speak up. So, Momo decided to buy out a whole department store, Shoka said as she pointed to the fleet of trucks. The heiress cutely tilted her head at Shoka's question. What do you mean? I merely brought my belongings from my room. Izuku and Shoka stared at the growing pile of boxes and the large mattress still in the UA truck. Momo, that may be a bit much. Izuku tried explaining. Momo looked at her belongings and then back at Izuku. Really? Is there room for my piano though? Shoka could see Ayano rubbing her temples at the question and decided to throw the heiress a bone. Probably not. Lucky for you, we just made friends with a musician. She might let you borrow her keyboard from time to time if you ask nicely. Really? Momo asked while bringing her hands together, her bouncy personality coming out. Ayano made her way over to the group and added to the conversation. I'm afraid Midoriya is correct, Ms. Yaoyorozu. Shoka, darling, would you please take Ms. Yaoyorozu to her room so that she can see the size of her room and consider what exactly she will be keeping? Sure thing. Come on Momo, time to learn how to downsize, Shoka said to the heiress. Momo followed after her as she took her key from Ayano. The older woman turned to address Izuku before she spoke with the older Yaoyorozu. Izuku, would you please wait here? I have no doubt your assistance may be required, she asked the verdette. Sure Ms. Kamachi. Izuku spent the next few minutes waiting for Shoka and Momo to return. He watched the workers Momo and her mother brought along dutifully and waited next to her things, just waiting for their next instructions. Soon, Shoka and Momo returned, with the heiress seemingly trying to wrap her head around what she saw. It's smaller than my closet, he heard her say as she walked up to him. Izuku was unsure what to do, so he simply patted her shoulder in comfort, causing the Ravenet heiress to give him a warm, thankful smile at his actions. Once she recovered, Momo began to direct the workers with what she was bringing up to her room. When she mentioned her bed, Izuku offered to use Orbit to get it up there without issue. Things went by quickly. Apparently the workers had built the frame and were ready for the mattress. When it came down to the last box, Izuku picked it up and addressed Momo. Hey Momo, here is the la. Only for Momo to quickly take it from him, her face blushing intensely. No worries Izuku, I will handle this one. Izuku and Shoka looked at the heiress in confusion as she quickly made her way up to her room. Too close. What would he think of me if he saw these novels? Momo thought to herself as hid the box, choosing to worry about unpacking her more adult novels later tonight. The air was intense as two young men stared each other down. Izuku was on the porch as he looked at the ash-blonde man in front of him. Shoka, Momo, Kyoka, and Tsuyu watched from the couches as Tenya and Shinso walked over to Izuku. Standing outside was Bakugo, his expression sour as he took notice of Izuku. You don't need help, do you? Izuku asked. I don't need your damn help, Deku, Bakugo growled out as he walked past the verdette, shoulder-checking him in the process. And you extras better not touch my stuff, you hear me? The ash blonde yelled out. Ayano noticed the interaction and made a note of it. So, that is Bakugo? Momo asked Shoka. Her fellow Ravenet nodded. His behavior is most unbecoming of a future hero, Iida added. Shinso shrugged at the comment. Just wait, that was him being tame. Iida actually looked shocked that what he saw was rather tame. He began to give another impassioned speech to the group while they all listened to him at varying degrees of interest. Izuku was brought out of it when someone called out to him. Oh hey, I recognize that curly hair. Izuku turned around and immediately had to step back at the sudden appearance of an auburn-haired girl in his space. She was wearing a plain white t-shirt with some pink and black constellations printed around the bottom. She had on some pink capris and a pair of simple, white sandals. I'm so glad you got in. After you beat the 0-pointer I was worried you wouldn't make it. But Present Mike said I didn't have to worry and he was right. The girl continued speaking. Izuku was starting to get flustered. Why yeah, I'm glad you were able to get in too. How is your ankle? Oh, it's fine. Recovery girl's quirk is amazing. The auburn-haired girl finally took a step back, much to Izuku's relief, as she noticed Shinso and Iida standing next to him. She pointed at Shinso as she spoke. Oh, you're his friend from that day. She then pointed at Iida, and you're that robot boy. I am not a robot. Iida tried to clarify. Sorry, I wasn't able to get your names. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet ya. Ochako introduced herself happily. The speed at which the conversation took the three young men by surprise as their brains finally caught up with them. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to finally know your name and not keep using that auburn-haired girl anymore. Izuku said. Shinso. The Indigoat simply stated. I am Iida Tenya. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Uraraka. Iida politely introduced himself. Ochako smiled at the three before going to her things. Well, I better get my stuff to my room. I don't want to be in anyone's way. Izuku gestured to her small pile of boxes. Do you need any help? Sure. Here, let me make things easier. Ochako replied. She moved to her pile and began to touch each of her boxes. Izuku noticed then that her fingertips each had a small pink pad on them. As she touched each box, they began to float up and hover in the air to some degree. There, that should help things be a bit smoother. What did you do? Shinso inquired as he grabbed a box. Oh, my quirk allows me to affect the gravity of anything I touch. I just took away some of the force applied to them to make them lighter. Ochako explained. Shinso saw Izuku struggle to hold back from bombarding the girl with questions. It was normal to him, but Iida saw Izuku's body begin to shake and grew concerned. Midoriya, is everything alright? He asked. That's so cool. Stepping through the doors of Heights Alliance was a young man with long blonde hair that sat flat on most of his head before spiking out at the sides and bottom, with a side fringe that curved slightly upward before curving back down. He was slim, with a rather feminine face, with indigo-colored eyes that had long eyelashes. He seemed to sparkle at every chance. He was wearing a white, frilly blouse that had a touch of pink to it, tucking into a pair of burgundy pants and black formal shoes. A large metal belt with a lens in the center wrapped around his waist. Bonjour. And now for the dazzling entrance of Aoyama Yu, he said before he was cut off. Hey everybody. A pink blur rushed past the blonde as she made her way inside the dorm. She was wearing a black crop top t-shirt that hung off her right shoulder, with the words, Alien Queen, written in yellow. She had on a pair of white short shorts, with a pair of thigh-high purple, psychedelic socks. Her look was complete with a pair of bracelets on her wrists and black, ankle-high boots. How uncouth, the blonde commented before gathering himself again. And now for the dazzling entrance of Ao. Mina, you really need to slow down. A young man followed after the exotic pink woman as he maneuvered past the blonde in the doorway. The man had long red hair that was spiked up, with two clumps spiked in a way that gave off the image of horns. He had a scar just above his right eye and wore a sharp, toothy smile. He was well built with a notable amount of muscles to him. He was wearing a simple red t-shirt, a pair of black sports shorts, and white sneakers. Shoka and Shinso looked at the noise and recognized the two new people. The odd pair seemed to recognize the other two as well. Shoka, Shinso. They quickly rushed over to the group sitting in the lounge. Mina gravitated to Shoka and the rest of the girls who were already checked in, while the redhead moved over to Shinso and the other guys who were in the dining area. Shinso looked at the redhead in some confusion before asking for clarification. Kirishima. Yep, it's awesome that we made it into the same class, right? Kirishima exclaimed. Shinso only nodded. That didn't seem to throw Kirishima off as he had enough energy for the two of them. The redhead noticed the rest of the group and began to introduce himself. Yo. Name's Kirishima Eijiro. Nice to meet you, Kirishima. Izuku said. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to 1A. As Kirishima was getting to know the rest of the guys, Mina was quickly making friends with the rest of the girls of 1A. Shoka, how cool is it that we are in the same class? From battle buddies to classmates. Mina ecstatically cheered out. Shoka gave the energetic girl a smirk before answering, yeah. Real super. So how ya been, Pinky? I've been pretty jazzed up knowing that I made it in. Plus me and my horn buddy got in the same class. And now I see you made it in too, so now I'm in an even better mood. She cheered once more. Well, you're clearly the life of the party, Kyoka commented. Mina pointed at both her hands in a finger gun gesture at Kyoka and gave her a wink. You know it. Name's Ashido Mina. Before anything more happened, Ayano's authoritative voice rang out, calling out the two new additions, Kirishima. Ashido, don't leave your belongings in the yard. Take them up to your rooms, and then interact with your fellow coursemates. Yes ma'am. Mina and Kirishima answered as one. The two quickly returned to their belongings, with Izuku, Shinso, and Shoka going over to help them out. A tall young man stepped out of an SUV parked outside of Heights Alliance. He has short hair, with bangs parted twice along his face to avoid obscuring his vision. His hair was two-toned, split down the middle with the right side being white while the left was crimson red. He had sharp, thin eyes that gave off an air of aloofness and were heterochromatic, with his right eye being a dark gray and his right eye being a bright turquoise. The most notable feature was a large burn scar over his left eye. He was wearing a dark blue polo, black jeans, and white and gray sneakers on his feet. He walked up to Ayano who was still standing on the porch, waiting for him to check in. Todoroki Shoto, she asked. The young man simply nodded as his belongings were brought to him. Ayano returned the nod, typed away on her tablet, and pulled out his room key. You are on the 5th floor. Room 5 to 1L. The room was designed and renovated according to your requests, Mr. Todoroki. Ayano explained as she handed him his key. Shoto took the key and gave her another nod. He moved over to his belongings and began to pick up the first box when he heard a voice next to him. Hey, Do you need any help taking your things up to your room? Shoto turned to face the voice, seeing Izuku standing behind him. He remained silent for several seconds before he stood up with a box in his hand before he regarded the verdette. Sure, that was all he said. Izuku used orbit to lift up the rest of his boxes and the two made their way to Shoto's room on the 5th floor. It was a quiet walk and it pressed Izuku for time, as he could feel orbit beginning to release its hold. Thankfully the two arrived at the young man's room before that happened. Shoto opened his door and made his way inside. Thank you. That will be all, he simply stated. Izuku just looked at the bicolor-haired young man. As he continued to work, he went on to ignore Izuku. The verdette watched on but decided to leave his dorm mate alone for the time being. Everyone, may I have your attention? Ayano called out to the entirety of 1A. She stood in the middle of the lounge and dining areas as all of the 1A students turned to her. Thank you. I would like to cover the ground rules for your time here in the dorms, she said, looking at each of the students. Once she was sure they were paying attention, she began. First, there is a curfew set for all students. You all must be at this dorm by 10 p.m., but if you are unable to be here before that time, please message your course instructor, or one of the other heroes if he is unavailable. We understand things could happen, we just ask that you act like adults and keep us informed. Second, on to the point of you all being adults, while you're living together, we ask that you consider your own health and safety. Relationships happen, so do not let things go too far. Recovery Girl is available to help you should you need it, but do not rely solely on her. The air grew tense as she stared down the students. And this is not a house of debauchery. If we can't trust you to keep your urges in check, you will either be dropped or stricter rules will be enforced. Third, harassment of any kind will absolutely not be tolerated and be punished accordingly. The tension led up as she saw all of them nod, some more enthusiastically than others, more out of fear than understanding. Fourth, Ayano continued, the kitchen will be stocked every week for you to cook your own breakfast or dinner. Lunch is provided on campus in the cafeteria by Lunch Rush. If you wish to add your own snacks or other food items, then it will be out of your pocket. As a side note from your course instructor, no one is allowed to make coffee aside from Midoriya Izuku. Break that rule at your own risk. Most of the students thought she was joking until they looked at the sign above the coffee maker. The few that had coffee Izuku made throughout the day clearly understood and had no problems with this rule. She gave all the students time to let the information sink in before ending her list. For cleaning and chores, we leave that to you all to figure out and establish your own system. Any other rules will be explained by your course instructor or can be found in your handbooks in your rooms. Now, she typed away at her tablet and looked at the students once more. Since this is your first night here, Lunch Rush is generous enough to cook a dinner for the whole campus. Simply determine what toppings you would like on some pizzas, and I will send the order to Lunch Rush. At once the entirety of 1A, minus a few, began to argue over what to get. It took several minutes for a consensus to be made between them all, but they were able to come to an agreement. Ayano left the group to their own devices as she went outside to do some of her administrative tasks after putting in the order. So, what do you all want to do? Asked a young man with black hair. We should get to know each other, obviously. Let's go with our name, Quirk, and one or two things you like. Mina supplied happily. She stood up from her chair and turned to the group, her arms opened wide. Come on, it'll be fun. Most of the class became excited at the idea, save for Bakugo and Shoto. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance and began to leave. Mina noticed and called him out. Hey, why are you leaving? Come on, stay, and have fun with us. I don't need to waste time with you extras, Bakugo said as he made his way up to his room. Shoto began to follow him, much to Mina's annoyance. Wait, you're leaving too? She asked, a pout beginning to form on her lips. Shoto just ignored her. Mina huffed at the actions of the two but didn't let it get her down. Well, fine then. Fuddy-duddies aside, I guess I'll start. I'm Ashido Mina, but just call me Mina. Mina, my quirk is acid, and it lets me produce acids of varying strengths from my body. And one of my favorite things to do is, Mina took a step back and began to move her body rhythmically. She began to add some teasing to her dance, hoping to cause some of the boys to blush. After several seconds of her quick dance, she ended with a flourish before speaking again, "Dance." Mina moved over for the next person, who was a set of floating clothes. The clothes themselves hinted at the form of a slender young woman. She was wearing a blue and pink striped tank top, a pair of white shorts that went to her mid-thighs, black calf-length socks, and gray and white sneakers. There were a pair of bracelets on her wrists that allowed the others to see more of her movements, which helped as she was very animated and bubbly. "Hi, I'm Hagakure Toru. My quirk is invisibility, obviously." Toru waved her arms around, gesturing to her whole body. "And I like cute things. Oh, and my plushies." As Toru sat down, everyone else looked at each other, waiting to see who would go next. After a while, one brave soul stood up and moved to be in front of everyone. He was a slim young man of average height with short golden hair that was somewhat messy, with a unique black lightning-shaped streak on the left side fringe that was angled just above his left eye. His eyes were also golden like his hair and had a slanted, triangular shape to them. He was wearing a white, short-sleeved V-neck with a black vest over it, black skinny jeans, and a pair of yellow, black, and white sneakers. "Sup, I'm Kaminari Denki, and my quirk is electrification. I can generate and emit electricity from my body. And I like to just hang out and chill." As Denki went to sit back down, Uraraka got up and made her way to the stand in front of the group. "Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako and my quirk is zero gravity. It lets me affect the gravity of anything I touch, but if I go over my weight limit, I get a little nauseous. My likes are space and my favorite hero, 13. Suyu followed up after Ochako. "Hiro, hello. My name is Asui Suyu. But please just call me Su-Kiro. My quirk is a mutation type simply called frog, giving me the abilities of different kinds of frogs. I like my family and rainy days Kiro." "Guess it's my turn," said the black-haired youth. He walked up and faced the group. He was a tall and lean young man, with chin-length black hair that was spiking downwards, and his bangs going halfway down his forehead in a jagged cut. He had black, almond-shaped eyes that were large and broad. He wore a wide grin that showcased his straight teeth. The most notable feature he had was the shape his elbows took, being cylindrical in nature. He was wearing a very baggy blue t-shirt, black sweatpants with the legs rolled up his calves, and a pair of sandals. "How's it going? I'm Shiro Honta and my quirk," he raised his arms, bending them at the elbow as he spoke, "is tape. I can produce my own tape from my elbows. And like Denki, I like to chill, mostly with video games." As Shiro went to sit back down, Iida stood up next. "I suppose I shall go next." As he stood in front of the group, he gave them a formal bow before speaking, "Greetings. I am Iida Tenya. My quirk is simply called engines and it allows me to sprint at high speeds. I enjoy studying and hope to live up to the heroic standards we all hope to achieve." "Guess I'll go," Kyoka said as she stood up and made her way to the front. "Hey, I'm Jiro Kyoka. My quirk is earphone jack, which gives me really sensitive hearing. I can also plug them into things to hear vibrations or let my own heart send my own vibrations into something." Her ear jacks began to snake around the air as she spoke. "Oh, and I like rock music." She ended by throwing up her hand in a rock-on gesture before making her way back. "Shoka, you're up," Kyoka called out. "Fine, guess that's my cue," she said nonchalantly. Shoka stood up and high-fived Kyoka on her way up to the front. "Sup, name's Sakurane Shoka. My quirk is called Nero Cantus, and it gives me armored arms, legs, and a tail based on how much black I'm wearing. I like Hero Scramble and Gato Nero." Shoka went to sit down back down by Izuku as a large, muscular young man with thick lips made his way up to the front of the group. He had short, brown spiky hair and bushy eyebrows. His eyes were square-shaped with small, black pupils and he had a large, round nose. He wore a yellow t-shirt with the word, "Sugar," written in big, blocky red letters, a pair of black shorts, and yellow and black sneakers. "Hey everyone, my name is Sato Rikido. My quirk is Sugar Rush. If I eat sugar by itself I get a boost in strength. I like to bake whenever I can," Sato said as he introduced himself. As Sato sat down, there was another lull in the introductions. Then a voice was heard talking to someone else. "Come on Fumi, let's go up there," it cheerily said. "Fine, we shall step into the light so that our fellow heroes will understand the darkness we tread." The voice of a raven-headed young man replied rather dramatically, if not a bit annoyed. He was a rather short young man with his head resembling a raven with a yellow beak that hooked downward at its end. He had thin red eyes and wore a red choker around his neck. Despite his head being that of a bird, the rest of his body was human. He was wearing a baggy, black hoodie, with white stripes that ran around the sides, black pants, and black sneakers. As he made his way to the front, he spoke. "Greetings, dwellers of the light. I am Tokiyami Fumikage. I like many things that deal with the occult and other such dark natures. With my quirk, I dwell in the darkness of heroics. Hi everyone, I'm Fumi's quirk, Dark Shadow," said a black sentient quirk resembling a bird with bright, glowing yellow eyes interrupted him. Right, this is my quirk and partner in the darkness, Dark Shadow." He ended rather lackluster as he made his way back to his spot. As if to counter the dark nature of Tokiyami, the sparkling blonde stood up next, taking center stage as he seemed to shine brighter. "Bonjour, my name is Aoyama Yuga. My quirk, Naval Laser, is magnifique, and allows me to sparkle ever brighter. I, of course, love to shine and sparkle." Aoyama theatrically posed as he finished. The rest of the group was stunned into confusion by his presentation, though he took it as if they were just blinded by his presence. As Aoyama sat back down, Eijiro quickly rushed up to make his introduction. "Yo, what's up? I'm Kirishima Eijiro and my quirk is called Hardening. It allows me to act as a shield by toughening up my body. And I like manly things." He slammed his fists together as he showcased his quirk, the action causing sparks as his knuckles slammed together. There was another lull when a tall, broad young man slowly made his way to the front. He had a unique appearance, with his head taking on a rock-like form with it being uneven and pointed at the top. He had a square-shaped jaw and several thick hair-like protrusions coming from the back of his head. He was wearing a seafoam green shirt with a yellow A on the front, baggy black pants, and white sneakers. Everyone could see he was extremely shy and waited for him to be comfortable before saying anything. When he attempted to speak, he froze up and hid behind his hands. Momo looked on in concern and made her way up to him. He began to whisper to the heiress while she listened intently. Once he finished, Momo spoke up for him. "Everyone, please meet Koji Koda. His quirk is called Anivoice and it allows him to speak to and command various animals. Because of this, he likes animals, but favors his pet rabbit." Once Momo finished, she turned to Koji and spoke to him. "Thank you for trying your hardest, Koji. It was very brave to do so." The shy young man simply nodded and made his way back to his seat. Several of those around him began to cheer him up as best they could, which he shyly took their praise. "Well, I suppose since I am up here, I shall go next." Momo started. "Hello everyone, my name is Yaoyorozu Momo. My quirk is called Creation, and it allows me to use my lipids in order to create inanimate objects as long as I know the molecular structure of them. I enjoy reading. Thank you." She finished with a bow and made her way back to her seat between Shoka and Kyoka. Shoji squeezed through the group and made his way up to the front. The tall young man waved to them all, his multiple arms creating a mimicking effect as he did so. One of his arms then shifted into a mouth and it spoke. "Hello, I'm Mezzo Shoji. My quirk is dupli arms and I can make various body parts from the ends of my arms, like this mouth that I'm speaking through. I like simple things mostly. I hope we can all get along during our time here." As Shoji made his way back, Shinso got up and made his way to the front, his hands in his pockets as he looked at everyone. "Might as well get this over with now. My name is Shinso Hitoshi." He paused before he talked about his quirk. He looked at Izuku and Shoka, seeing them give him supportive looks, letting him know that he would be fine. He let out a sigh and continued, "My quirk is called Brainwashing. I can take control of a person or ask them questions depending on how much control I have over them. I don't like using it if I don't have to. I like getting whatever sleep I can get and coffee. Bro, I said it before, but your quirk is super manly. Eijiro called out, pumping his arm enthusiastically. Several others seemed to pick up on Shinso's unease and gave him their own support. He gave one last look at Izuku and Shoka and saw they had knowing smiles. He huffed but smirked at them nonetheless and made his way back to his seat next to Izuku. Izuku returned to the notebook he had pulled out to record all the quirks of his coursemates. He didn't notice everyone looking at him and waiting for him to take his turn. Shoka shook her head and snapped her fingers in front of him. He jolted up and looked at her, then everyone around him. Your turn, dork. You can finish your notes later, Shoka said teasingly. All right, Izuku replied while rubbing the back of his head. He handed her his notebook and got in front of everyone. Hey everyone, my name is Midoriya Izuku, but you can just call me Izuku, or if you're feeling up to it, phones. He said as he nudged the headphones around his neck. My quirk is called Psychs. I create pins, which I call Psychs, that have whatever power I apply to their creation. I like quirks, as you all saw, art, and coffee. Before he made his way back to his seat, Ochako stopped him with a question. Can you combine your psychs together? Is that how you took down the zero-pointer? Everyone paid attention to that. They all had seen the bright green flash and heard that someone defeated a zero-pointer, but they didn't know who had done it until now. Oh, yeah, I can combine certain psychs as long as they can be synchronized. Not every psych I have can do so. I used 2 of my first psychs, Verdant Orbit, and Emerald Pyre to beat the zero-pointer. Izuku started to rub the back of his head again. I may have used too much power when I did so. I knocked myself out after that happened. Bro, you caused that bright flash. And you did it to beat the zero-pointer. So manly, Eijiro commented. I saw that from my battle sight, and I was all the way in sight G, Zero added. I still can't believe you beat that thing. That robot was a freaking monster. Denki cried out. Gotta say Greenie, that was pretty metal. Kyoka threw in her 2 cents. Momo listened to the people around her as her confusion built up. She remembered Izuku mentioned he beat a robot that was rather, but everyone else made it seem like a bigger deal than he did. I'm sorry, but what makes the zero-pointer so special? Suyu decided to answer the heiress. It was a robot the size of a small skyscraper and caused the ground to tremble when it moved. Momo's eyes widened in shock as she turned to look at her friend who began to wilt at her gaze. Izuku. Izuku began to fold in on himself. Momo leaned back in her chair, bringing a hand to her cheek as she sighed. Honestly, he needs to stop downplaying the trouble he gets into. She said, exasperated. Yeah, but that's easy for you. Shoka merely stated. Momo's lips quirked into a soft smile, indeed. The 2 young women felt a presence behind them. They turned their heads and saw Mina staring them down, her eyes switching back and forth between the ravenettes with a wide grin on her face. So, Izzy, huh? Back at the Midoriya household, Inko was sitting on the couch and enjoying the rest of her day off when she felt a sudden spark. Her eyes widened as she grinned manically as a single thought ran through her head. I sense future grandbabies. Night came to the dorms as everyone began to make their way back to their rooms. Shoka entered her room when she received a text. She pulled out her phone and saw Izuku had just messaged her. Phones. Check your balcony. Shoka quirked a brow at that but followed his instructions. When she slid the door open, she saw a small, wrapped box sitting in the middle of her balcony. She picked it up and set it on her bed and closed her door. She studied the box for a while before finally opening it. As she used her quirk to tear through the wrapping, she pulled the tabs and stopped when she saw the contents of the box. Inside was a plushie of Mr. Mew and a note. She took the note and began to read through it. Sorry for the late birthday present. Took a while for me to get this for you. Izuku. Shoka smiled as she reread the note again. She set it down on her desk and took out the plushie. She looked over the small, black cat as her smile grew wider. She took out her phone and began to mess with her apps. Momo was sitting on her bed, finishing up her nighttime routine. She was currently debating with herself at the moment as she brushed her hair. When she finished, she gathered up her courage and went to grab her phone. After she typed away, She paused for just a moment, before closing her eyes and sending the message. "It will be fine, Momo. Now you just need to wait for a reply," she said to herself. Izuku was in the middle of finally setting up his printer and pin press, intent on creating his new pin so he could get some practice with it tomorrow morning. As he finished, his phone chimed as he got 2 messages. He checked his phone and scrolled through to Shoka's first. He saw a selfie of Shoka with her new Mr. Mew and the message that followed. "Shokat. Thanks Izuku. Phones. No problem Shoka." Once he sent his reply, his phone chimed again, and saw Momo had messaged him. "Materia. Hello Izuku. I was wondering if you had any plans for tomorrow." Phones. "I did plan on heading to an art store I frequent to pick up some supplies for painting my wall." Phones. "If you want, you are more than welcome to join me." Materia. "I would love to. Thank you for the invitation." Materia. "What time should I be ready?" Izuku began to think about that. He planned to set some time in the morning to work with his new psych, but he figured he could push that back to later in the day. With that in mind, he sent Momo a time. Phones. "How does 8 sound? We can stop by somewhere and pick up some breakfast." Phones. "The store is on the other side of town so I hope that isn't an issue." Materia. "It won't be. I shall meet you in the lobby at 8 then." Phones. "Sounds good." Phones. "Good night, Momo." Materia. "Pleasant dreams, Izuku." Izuku set his phone down on his desk. He walked over to his backpack, pulled out his tablet, and propped it up. Time to get to work. Heights Alliance 1A, Sunday. It was a quiet morning in the halls of Heights Alliance. Everybody had a late night after spending the rest of the day getting to know each other and hanging out. Most were still in bed, trying to get whatever sleep they could while a few early birds were getting ready for the day. In the kitchen, Izuku was prepping for the inevitable calls for coffee while fighting off a yawn. He was wearing a comfortable set of clothes for his outing with Momo, consisting of a faded green button-up shirt with the sleeves loosely rolled up past his elbows over a simple blue t-shirt, a pair of black cargo pants, and his usual footwear. Since he wouldn't be here for the horde of coursemates in need of caffeine, he wanted to be sure they could still get it. So, he made sure things were ready for Shoka since she knew how to make the Wildcat House blend. He just hoped it would be enough. He had finished grounding the beans when a voice called out to him. "Good morning, Midoriya," Iida greeted as he made his way to the kitchen. "Already getting a start to the morning I see." "Morning, Iida," Izuku replied. He began to make a single cup of house blend for himself as he conversed with the brunette, and "Yeah. I am going into the city to pick up some supplies for decorating my room, and it's better to get there earlier than later. Momo wanted to join me so I'm just passing the time and prepping things for when everyone else wakes up. Would you like a cup of coffee since I'm already at it?" Iida thought for a moment before answering, "I suppose 1 cup wouldn't hurt." "Thank you." Izuku returned his attention to the coffee maker as he began to make a cup for Iida and himself. After a couple of minutes, he stood across from Iida at the counter, handing the young man his cup. Iida hummed in enjoyment as he took the first sip of his morning roast. He made note that Izuku seemed lethargic earlier and decided to inquire about his coursemate's health. "Midoriya, you seem rather tired. Did you not get enough sleep?" Iida asked in concern. Izuku took a few sips of his own coffee to get some of his lost energy back. "I might have stayed up later than I planned. Inspiration struck, and I wrote it out, just wish it didn't happen around 1 in the morning," he said as he rubbed the back of his head, grumbling the last part in a low tone. He set his cup down as he grabbed a sketchbook from the ether, confusing the brunette across from him who seemed to be suffering a form of logic bomb trying to understand what he just saw. He was thankfully saved from mental anguish as Izuku set the sketchbook in front of him on a page filled with designs. "After I finished up work on my newest psych, I figured I would plan out what to do with my wall. Do you remember Mina talked about us having a room tour at some point? I wanted to make sure mine was ready when it happens. I haven't started to fix mine up because of yesterday, what with helping people move their things in." As Izuku explained, Iida saw on the sketch several notes and lists of what looked to be the paints Izuku needed for his project. He was about to ask if he had permission before Izuku spoke up, and yes, I do have permission from Nezu, so no need to worry Iida. Iida gave the verdette a smile and nodded. The rest of their time was spent enjoying the rest of their coffee and making some small talk. Izuku liked to ask questions about Iida's quirk and some things he wanted to learn about Ingenium. Iida happily answered Izuku's questions, taking great pride when he spoke about his brother. As their conversation went on, their attention drifted to the sounds of someone coming down the stairs as 8 o'clock rolled around. Momo seemed to glide down the stairs, a wide and cheerful smile on her face. One could see the bounce in her step as she strode over to the kitchen. Her hair was up in her usual spiky ponytail and she wore a red knit turtleneck sweater dress with baggy sleeves that hid some of her figure with a white belt that was wrapped around her waist. A pair of black leggings covered her lower body with white Mary Janes finishing her look. A small purse hung from her shoulder. Her eyes lit up as she saw Izuku talking with Iida. And her smile grew as she saw the blush form on Izuku's cheeks. "Good morning Izuku," Iida, the Ravenet heiress greeted as she joined the two young men at the counter. Morning, Momo," Izuku managed to say as his brain rebooted. "Hello, Yaoyorozu. How are you doing this morning?" Iida replied to the heiress. "I am doing fine this morning, Iida," Momo replied. Her attention returned to Izuku as she spoke to him. "Sorry if I kept you waiting Izuku. Are you ready to go?" "Why yeah, let Shoka know she's in charge of coffee until we get back," the verdette answered. He pulled out his phone and shot Shoka a quick message and quickly washed his cup before putting it away. He turned to look at Momo and spoke up, "All right. Let's go." Iida bid the two farewell as they exited the dorm. Izuku and Momo walked across the campus grounds, passing by the expansive greenery that lined the pathways leading to the main building. The two simply chatted as they did, talking about whatever came to mind at the moment. Most of the time, they just fell into a comfortable silence as they walked. Momo saw that Izuku seemed rather nervous. Not to say she wasn't nervous herself, she was a bundle of nerves at the moment. The onyx-eyed Ravenet began to twirl the loose strand of hair in front of her face to keep herself busy with something. She was thinking of trying to ease whatever tension she had when Izuku's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "Why you look lovely today, Momo," he managed to finally say. Momo's face lit up at his compliment. She brought her hands to her cheeks to hide her growing blush. As she began to calm down, she finally responded to the verdette, "Thank you." When she saw Izuku seemed out of it, she whispered her thanks once more, "Thank you, Izzy." Musudafu streets. Izuku and Momo had come across a small breakfast cafe on their way to the station. They both came to the agreement to make a stop there to get some food in them before they continued with the rest of their day. They took a booth near a window to enjoy the morning sun continuing its trek across the sky, giving their table a natural light and calming atmosphere. "So," Izuku said, "were you able to get that update to your costume done? I know you were worried about that a few months ago." He took a bite of his pancakes, enjoying the taste of the fluffy meal. Momo covered her mouth to cover her chewing before she looked at him to answer. "Yes, my hero costume is complete and ready for our classes." "I'm glad," Izuku said with a soft smile. Momo blushed slightly at his smile before speaking again. "In fact, I used one of your sketches. After I discussed it with my parents, we all agreed on one of your redesigns. We spent days going over everything until we all agreed on it." Izuku froze at her statement, nearly dropping his fork as his eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, one of my sketches?" he asked with some dread. "Those were just rough ideas," he mentally screamed in thought. "Yes," Momo replied excitedly, her bouncy personality shining through her emotions. "I know you said they were more for reference, but there was one look that I absolutely loved and wanted to work with. I am told my new costume is almost exactly like your sketch. With some minor changes." She looked down at the table sheepishly. "I would have to agree with one of your points. In hindsight, maybe a bookshelf behind my back would not be the best of ideas. I am glad you made note of that." Momo continued to eat her breakfast as Izuku mulled over her words. "Which design did you go with?" Izuku finally asked. Momo at that moment decided to take a play from Shoka's playbook and teased the verdette. "You will just have to wait and see, Izuku," she said with a playful smirk. The rest of their meal went on as normal. Both young adults tried their best to come up with small talk or discuss their upcoming classes to pass the time. Once they had finished eating, the two continued on their way and boarded the bus that was heading to the side of Musudafu where the art store was located. Momo seemed enamored with the public transport, her social status, and her unfamiliarity with the everyday lifestyle of a regular person coming to the forefront. She would often ask Izuku questions about simple things she had yet to experience, letting her inquisitive nature become more and more pronounced. One thing he did have to be proactive about was having to deal with the more lecherous glances sent Momo's way. While he was still trying to sort out the feelings he had for both Shoka and Momo, something he was torn on, it didn't mean he would let something like this stand. So, it was a good thing he, Shoka, and Shinso learned more than just combat and physical training from Aizawa over the past year. While not at his sensei's level, the glare he sent to most of the other passengers caused them to keep their focus on something else for the rest of the ride. While Izuku didn't see it, Momo did blush for what seemed to be the 5th time this day at his actions. Her heart beating at a faster pace was also something she made note of as she understood why he did what he did. And that caused her to smile once more. Their destination was coming up soon and the two prepared to get off the bus. As the two made their way down the street, Izuku spoke up, "So, just a heads up, the two people who run the store, they can be rather eccentric." Momo tilted her head at Izuku's words. "How so?" she asked. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, only to close it and bring a hand to his chin. He tried several times to try and voice his thoughts, only to stop before he could even find the words. He simply slumped his shoulders when nothing came to mind. "You'll see." That was all he could really say. He seemed to perk up as they neared an odd-looking store. Its main colors were red and black, with several large windows built into the side, allowing passers-by a chance to look inside. Momo could see various supplies lined up along the shelves, some more haphazardly than others. The last thing she saw before they entered the store was its name. Art is, and as they walked in, her expectations were already shattered. You can't say that his art is still worth anything. Momo's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden outburst she heard as she and Izuku entered the store. She looked to the verdette for an explanation but saw him sigh in exasperation. His art is stale. He hasn't sought to challenge himself. To do something greater that shows the fleeting moment. A blonde-haired man yelled out from behind the shelves he was stalking. He was tall, with large blue eyes, his left eye being covered by his long bangs while the rest of his hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Not everyone wants to live for a moment. They want to capture it, to live it even when it has passed. That is true art and why he is still great. Because his work timeless. The blonde man's associate said. The other man was slightly shorter than the blonde and had a more youthful appearance to him, but his grayish-brown eyes showed a level of wisdom and experience most people wouldn't have. His hair was short and messy and colored a vibrant shade of red. Art is an explosion, a single moment to see. True art is eternal, allowing everyone to live it. I can see why you described them as eccentric, Momo said as she looked at Izuku. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Would you believe me if I said this was normal for them? He replied. Momo looked back at the two men who were still lost in their argument that they still hadn't noticed that she and Izuku walked into the store yet. I actually can, she sighed. Finally having enough, Izuku called out to the pair. Sasori, Deidara. The pair of men stopped their bickering as soon as they heard their names being called. The blonde gave the verdette a wide, toothy grin. Izuku, finally, someone in this place who gets me. The blonde said as he waved over to Izuku and Momo. The two made their way to the counter to join the other two men. Deidara, I told you I understand your views, not that I completely agree with them, Izuku said to the blonde man. Deidara put a hand over his heart as he leaned back dramatically. Oh, you wound me, my green friend. And here I thought we were partners in art. He cried out with a mock sadness. Izuku just deadpanned at Deidara, the blonde man not breaking under the pressure. I got grounded for weeks because of that stunt you pulled. We pulled. Deidara corrected. You pulled off 2 years ago. Izuku finished, undeterred. The two just stared at each other for a time, neither budging in the slightest. Momo continued to watch on in confusion when she turned to Sasori. What happened 2 years ago? She inquired. They set off a color bomb. He made a color bomb, and I got stuck in the middle of it. We created an explosion of color. The three answered together. Momo was silent for a moment as she connected the dots from the myriad of answers that she heard. She figured she would just ask Izuku for clarification later. So, Izuku, Sasori said. His attention shifted to Momo as he finally regarded her. Who is your friend? Momo began to shift under the redhead's gaze when he focused again on Izuku, waiting for his response. Well, this is my friend, Yaoyorozu Momo. And she was. Hold that thought, Green. Deidara interrupted. The blonde pointed at Momo, who jumped back slightly at the sudden action. First things first, what is art to you? He asked the Ravenet. Momo brought a hand to her chin as she gave the question some thought. The other three stood together in a group waiting for her response, each giving Momo appraising looks while they stood there. Well, Momo started, I think art is the story it can tell. I will be honest when I say I prefer books because of that, but I will always appreciate looking at an art piece and spending time figuring out the story behind it or just imagining one up myself. She looked at the group to see them all nodding their heads along with what she said. Good enough answer. Deidara simply said as he shrugged. He turned to Izuku, leaning over to him as he whispered, she's a keeper. Izuku began to blush at Deidara's implication and forced the conversation along. Moving on. Izuku answered as he produced his sketchbook. Momo looked at the small journal in surprise. The last time she saw it was in the dorms and she never saw Izuku put it away. Don't question it, Deidara said to her, already knowing what she was thinking. I have a project I'm starting today. Just needed the paints and everything else. Izuku continued as he flipped through the sketchbook, arriving at the page he was looking for. Deidara joined Sasori's side as the two inspected the sketch with a critical eye. They spent minutes going over every little detail that they noticed. They would often whisper to one another as they discussed as if they were critiquing a museum piece. Izuku crossed his arms as he waited. He was used to their process, and it was one he trusted. He knew they would give their honest thoughts when they were done. Momo simply watched the shift the two store owners displayed. She could say she was impressed with their demeanor as they treated this similar to how her family would when commissioning a new piece for one of their homes. Gotta say, Green, this is certainly you, Deidara stated calmly. I see the inspirations from Cat in this, but you still have your own flair in it, Sasori commented. Still not something I would do, but hey, you still have time to learn the beauty of a fleeting moment. Deidara shrugged. The idiot's flawed personal tastes aside, we have everything you need, Sasori confirmed. As Deidara squawked at his friend's words while the redhead led Izuku and Momo through the shelves. Momo watched as Izuku and Sasori discussed what paints would be best for his project. She was confused when they then mostly focused on spray paints, her own expectations broken as she had assumed Izuku would use more traditional methods. Deidara would often be heard throwing out his own suggestions as Izuku and Sasori gathered the supplies. Momo smiled as she watched Izuku grow more and more animated as he interacted with the pair of passionate artists. His own smile grew wider as the heiress joined in whenever she could, giving her own thoughts or opinions from an outsider's perspective. And that was something that made her glad she joined him. Soon, Izuku had all he needed and had paid for his projects. And that brought them to their current conundrum. I might have underestimated the scope of my project, Izuku muttered as he stared at his several bags of supplies. No worries, Izuku, I shall call for a ride back to UA. Momo kindly offered. Before Izuku could convince her it wasn't necessary, the Ravenet had already messaged one of her family's staff. And to Izuku's surprise, a limousine pulled up to them almost immediately. Give or take a few seconds from the sent message. He wasn't too sure. A sudden limousine was a sudden limousine after all. Let's put away your supplies in the trunk, Izuku, Momo said. She grabbed several of Izuku's bags as she made her way to the trunk, Izuku following after her. Once the two put away Izuku's things, She hastily wrapped her arms around his and pulled him into the vehicle. Izuku was shocked by the sudden action of the heiress and currently fixated on the thought of their arms together, while Momo was having a mental battle with herself, trying to figure out why she did what she did. She later came to the conclusion that she enjoyed being arm in arm together. The fact she didn't let go until the whole ride was a testament to that. The ride back to UA was relatively peaceful, if not a little awkward at the start. But the two fell back into an enjoyable rhythm as they chatted. Izuku asked Momo if there were any interesting books she was reading at the moment. Momo had mentioned she meant to look into a series called Elegant Strategy but hadn't had the time to look into it further. Apparently, it was a game, but aside from that, neither of the two knew anything else. And while Momo was growing more and more excited at the prospect of the game on the title alone, Izuku just smiled as her bouncy personality came to the forefront, happy that his friend was excited about something. Izuku certainly didn't try to stare at how that bounciness translated to the rest of her. He failed. Focus, Izuku. Izuku mentally chided himself. Soon the gates of UA came into view. Izuku and Momo exited the limo as it parked outside the entrance, the two grabbing Izuku's supplies as they made their way back to Heights Alliance. Thanks for coming along with me today, Momo. Izuku thanked the Ravenet. Momo gave him a soft smile as she looked at him. It was my pleasure, Izuku. It was fun to see you be so excited about a project. She replied. Her lips quirked into a playful smirk. Plus, you still need to tell me about this explosion of art you were shanghaied into. She let out a cute chuckle as he slumped over and groaned. I'm still waiting to hear that story too. Shoka's voice called out. The slender Ravenet leaned on the doorway, waiting for her two friends to show up with a smirk on her face. She was wearing a short-sleeve version of the jacket she wore during the entrance exam, black sports shorts that showed off her slender legs, and a pair of her white, black, and pink crew-cut socks. Izuku let out a weak chuckle. Shoka strode over to him and bumped his hips with her own, getting him to smile. He shook his head and spoke up. Fine, fine. He started to make his way into the dorm, Shoka and Momo walking beside him as he started the tale. So I'm walking around the Musutafu Mall one day for a street art festival when Deidara sees me and asks for some help for his project. Later in the afternoon, Shoka was in her room and messing around on Hero Scramble as she lazily lay on her bed. There wasn't much to do today. She had already got her things ready for when classes start tomorrow and she just didn't feel like hanging out with her other coursemates at the moment. Or at least most of them. Izuku had already gone to one of the training grounds, with Shinso joining him as he left the dorm for the second time that day. So that idea was currently a bust. But she knew he wouldn't be gone for too long. Only to realize he would disappear again to work on his mural once he did come back. Shoka began to think about what to do then. She could probably bring him something to eat. She knew Izuku would probably forget to do so because he got too far into his project. It would be a nice way to hang out for the rest of the day and to watch him work. Shoka always did enjoy seeing him in the zone like that. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. She surmised with a soft smirk. Her phone chimed out, breaking Shoka from her thoughts. She tapped the screen and saw a message from one of the only other people she enjoyed spending time with. Materia. Hello Shoka. Materia. Would you be against spending some time together? Shoka smiled as she read the message. She began to type out her response for the heiress. At least she will have some fun of her own today. Maybe get her in on the plan for later. She thought to herself. Show cat. Sounds good. Room or mine? Shoka heard a knocking at her door and couldn't help but chuckle at Momo's eagerness. She strode over to the door and saw the heiress bouncing on her heels. Shoka waved the Ravenet in and the two made their way further into the room. So, must be pretty excited about something if you were waiting at my door, Shoka commented. For the future though, my door is unlocked, no need to wait for permission. She reminded her friend. I don't want to be rude though. Momo tried to argue. Momo, you being rude is, like, impossible. You are one of the sweetest people I know, tied only with Izuku. Shoka said as she put her hands on her hips. She smirked at the heiress. I swear, gonna end up with cavities because of you too. Momo smiled softly. touched by her friend's words that caused her heart to beat faster for a few seconds. The two moved over to Shoka's bed as the slender Ravenet wanted to know what the plan was. "So what's got you all excited, Momo?" Shoka asked, quirking a brow. Momo's eyes began to shine as she looked at Shoka. "Well, I found a game that I wish to play. And I figured it would be enjoyable for the two of us to have something to do together. I believe the term would be a shared playthrough, correct?" Momo asked for clarification after explaining her plan to Shoka. "Something like that," the gray-eyed Ravenet replied. "Well, what are we waiting for? Connect your phone to the TV, and let's get started." Momo nodded her head and did as Shoka suggested. As soon as her phone connected to the television, she opened up the app for Elegant Strategy for the first time. As the game started and the music swayed, Momo's original expectations were shattered while Shoka stared wide-eyed at the screen. "Huh," Shoka said, dumbly. "Was not expecting an Otone game. It's like one of my romance novels." Momo whispered as her brain was processing this new information. A part of her beamed at the idea of her getting to play a romance novel, while another part of her was afraid of Shoka's reaction. The fact the slender Ravenet didn't make fun of her tastes let Momo calm down after a moment. Their eyes widened at the screen once more when one of the characters appeared on the screen. A young man with black, shaggy hair that covered one of his eyes stood next to the female lead. He was wearing a black officer's suit with a pair of white gloves and a sword attached to his hip. The most striking feature was a set of freckles in the shape of a diamond pattern on his visible cheek. "Is that Izzy?" Shoka asked. "He does bear a resemblance to our Izuku," Momo conceded. The two just sat there while the menu continued to cycle, waiting for their input. Shoka and Momo both turned their heads to look at each other and came to a silent agreement. And then, Momo hit start on her phone. Izuku and Shinso stood inside Training Ground Beta, taking the time to relax after a quick training session. Shinso joined Izuku to continue his traversal training with his capture scarf now that he could do so without issue, and Izuku was testing out his new psyche and determining its limitations. The Verdette was happy with what he accomplished, successfully adding another pin type to his roster. As they rested, Izuku noticed Shinso rubbing an area around his neck several times. He assumed he might just be sore, but he had noticed that his friend wasn't fully focused on his training. As if he was just going through the motions. And him rubbing his neck was a new thing. And then he remembered yesterday he seemed out of it as well. With all this in mind, he figured now was the best time to bring it up. "Hey, Shinso," the Verdette said. Shinso glanced at his friend and saw the concern on his face. "Everything all right?" Izuku asked. Shinso looked out at the mock city in front of them, trying to gather his thoughts. Izuku just sat there quietly, waiting for Shinso to talk when he was ready. Just something with a friend. I'm not really sure," Shinso replied with a sigh. "They're going through some stuff right now, and I'm doing my best to help them out, but it just seems like an uphill battle." The Indigoat explained. He began to rub his neck again, his eyes having a distant look in them. Izuku gave him a nod and looked out at the mock city. The midday sun shone down on the two, only to hide behind the occasional cloud that would pass by. "Well, just do what you can, Shinso," Izuku stated. "And if you need help, I'm here for you. And I hope your friend can find themselves in a better spot." Izuku held out a fist at Shinso. The Indigoat bumped his fist against Izuku's, the two holding the bump for a moment. Shinso gave his friend a thankful grin. "Thanks, Izuku," he replied. "What are partners for?" Izuku asked, rhetorically. The two continued to sit in a relatively peaceful silence as time passed them by. Izuku looked at his friend whose mood shifted, noting the shit-eating grin on his face. The Verdette's body shivered at Shinso's stare. "So, you've been spending a lot of time with Shoka and Momo, huh?" Shinso questioned his friend. Izuku folded in on himself, trying his best to ignore his indigo-haired friend. Izuku and Shinso returned to the dorms after their short training session. The dorms were lively now that everyone in 1A was wide awake. Denki and Shiro had gathered up several people for a small video game tournament. Mina and Toru had formed their own duo and Izuku didn't really pay attention to what they were discussing, though he did see Mina shoot him a knowing look when she saw him look for Shoka and Momo. Shinso left for his room and Izuku went to the fridge to grab himself several bottles of water and made his way to his. Once he entered his room, he set the water bottles down near his supplies, changed out of his clothes, and put on something he didn't mind getting paint on. It just so happened to be one of his joke shirts that he didn't remember buying, or his mom buying. He was honestly scared of how they just appeared every so often. Once he changed his attire, Izuku made sure his bed and boxes were pushed against the far wall to avoid them getting ruined by any paint. Izuku put on his headphones and began to play some music to get him in the mood. As the song started, he moved his desk out of the way. Next, he began to put up several plastic tarps along the floor and walls, using orbit to keep everything flush as he taped them in place. Once he was set, he began to plan things out. Using his initial sketch, he stenciled out his designs with a white pencil, oftentimes either resizing a design or redrawing it to fit with what he had in his mind. He smiled as he took a step back, taking in his progress and recording it with a picture. He opened up his balcony door to allow some airflow and to ensure his paint wouldn't fume up his room too much. He turned on a fan he borrowed to help with that. Once everything was set up, Izuku put on a mask and a pair of gloves and started on the first design. At the top right corner of the wall, he started with a ring design that was askew to give the design some depth. The first ring was a thin teal, followed by two thicker yellow rings, and lastly a final thin teal ring. He then took a can of black spray paint and started to apply lines to each ring, giving them a broken geometric pattern to them. Once he had finished, he used a white spray to give a solid outline to the rings. He moved over to the left and started the next filler piece. A simple sprayed line that flowed from the ceiling to the floor, broken and made to look like a larger spray to apply the white paint. Once he finished, he moved over to the far left wall and created two lines, one light blue and the other pink, with the pink line overlapping the light blue line. He applied the same design from the rings to these new lines and ended with a white outline. Now was the time for the more specific pieces of the mural. Izuku grabbed a dark green paint and started to create a silhouette of the zero-pointer from the entrance exams. After he finished creating the robotic monstrosity, he gave it its looming red eyes. He took some gray paint and created a small skyline, going over each building with a lighter gray to give them simple detailing and an outline, giving the zero-pointer a scene to work with. Izuku took a small break to drink some water as he stared at the incomplete mural. His music continued to play as he relaxed on his bed. He didn't even notice how much time had passed him by. At least until his stomach began to growl, begging him for sustenance. "Guess I was at this longer than I thought," he said to himself. As Izuku finished his water, he stood up from his bed, only to hear a knock at his door. He stared at it in confusion, unsure who would be coming up to see him. He figured Iida might drop by to remind him about dinner. It seemed like something the brunette would do. So imagine his surprise when he opened his door. He saw Shoka and Momo standing in the hall with bags of food in their hands. "Sup, Boonie? Figured you might have forgotten about getting some food in you," Shoka said, lifting up the bag in her hand for Izuku. Izuku's stomach began to speak for him as it growled intensely at the mention of food. The smell was starting to get to the verdette even through his mask, making his mouth drool. He quickly pulled down the cloth covering his face and chuckled weakly. I might be a little hungry," Izuku confirmed. "Then it seems we came at an opportune time," Momo said with a giggle. Shoka handed Izuku his bag and the three stood there for a moment. That is until Shoka decided to move things along. "So," she said, her eyes darting to the side as a light blush dusted her cheeks, "you gonna invite us in so we can eat?" "Oh," Izuku said in surprise. He quickly opened his door the rest of the way and moved aside to let Shoka and Momo enter his room. Please, come inside," Izuku managed to stammer out. While Shoka had been in his room back at his family's apartment, he was still rather nervous about having two girls share the same personal space as him. Two girls he found attractive, and two girls he knew he had feelings for. Needless to say, his mind needed a soft reboot. "Gee, thanks," Shoka said, doing a better job at keeping her wits about than the other two. "Thank you, Izuku." Momo said with a heavy blush on her cheeks. Unfortunately, she was experiencing her own soft reboot as she just stood there out in the hall. It didn't help that she was still noticing the similarities between him and his virtual counterpart. Shoka rolled her eyes and smiled at her two friends as she pulled the Ravenet into the room. The two Ravenets entered the room and noticed how far along the mural was. Izuku moved on autopilot as he closed the door and joined them. As the two girls were looking at the mural, he spoke up, getting their attention. "Why, you two can have a seat on the bed, if you want." Shoka and Momo thanked him and he used Orbit to pull the desk to them so they would have something to eat on. The three dug into their bags and Izuku was surprised by what his friends brought him. Katsudon. Whatever energy he lost or nervousness he felt was gone the moment he opened his container. Izuku began to dig into his meal with fervor as Shoka and Momo watched on in amusement. The verdette had noticed what he was doing mid-bite and looked at the two with his chopsticks still in his mouth. He saw that the two girls hadn't even started eating their meals, more intent on finding humor or fascination in how he ate his. Izuku swallowed what he was still in the middle of eating before he managed to speak. Sorry about that." He started to slow down as Shoka and Momo joined him. The three spent their dinner mostly making small talk or joking around. Oftentimes, the girls would ask about his mural and what the different designs were about. He obliged them and answered any questions they had in regards to the art or the process of how to create graffiti art. "I'll show you," Izuku said. He grabbed several colors he had yet to use and focused on the top left corner of the mural. He took teal color spray paint and created a flowing graphic that acted as a banner. Once he finished, he began to explain how to create letters. Izuku grabbed a purple color and created a baseline of letters spelling the word gallery on the teal banner. Then he used a lighter purple to give it some detailing, then switched to a darker shade to outline the letters. After he finished, he used white to make the letters pop by outlining them once more. Shoka and Momo simply watched as Izuku began to work on another part of the mural. They saw how his actions seemed to flow as he painted, his hands dancing across the wall as a trail of paint followed after him. They saw how focused he was as he worked, and his excitement when he chatted with them and explained what he was doing. Shoka pulled up her leg as she leaned her cheek against it as she watched, content with the one-man show in front of her. Momo had begun to lean closer, mesmerized by the art coming to life. As Izuku finished the plus ultra graffiti he was working on, he turned to the two girls and smiled, an idea popping into his head. "Hey, do you think you two want to give it a try?" he asked. The two girls looked at him in slight shock when Momo began to speak. "Are you sure, Izuku? I wouldn't want to ruin your hard work." "Yeah," Shoka started, "what if we made a mistake with this?" Izuku shook his head, undeterred by their worries. As a pretty chill artist once said, "There are no mistakes, just happy little accidents." He quoted. "Besides, it's street art, it is what you make of it." He smiled as he reassured the two Ravenets. Shoka and Momo blushed before they looked at each other, both nodding to each other as they stood up. "All right, I'm game," Shoka replied, her lips quirking into a cat-like smirk. "Well, it would be a new experience to try," Momo said gracefully. "Well then," Shoka said, getting the attention of her two brainy friends. She moved to Izuku's closet and opened it with a single flourish. Izuku stood there, frozen and in shock at Shoka's brazen action. Momo brought a hand over her mouth as a blush formed on her cheeks. They watched as Shoka pulled out two of Izuku's spare joke shirts, with Izuku again wondering where they kept coming from. Shoka's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Might as well change our gear." "Do you mind, Izuku?" No. Go ahead," he said with a wobbly smile, eyes darting back and forth from Shoka and the wall. "Awesome. Now shoo," Shoka said as she began to push Izuku out of his room. He stood as still as a statue when the door closed, the verdette currently processing what was happening and how fast everything seemed to be going. He noticed something out of the corner of his eye and saw Shinso making his way downstairs. The two best friends just stared at each other without saying a word. After a moment, Shinso simply nodded as he chose to leave Izuku to whatever Shoka was planning and continued his way downstairs. Shinso was a good friend like that, and besides, Izuku would tell him what happened tomorrow. Izuku couldn't even be mad at his friend as he watched him leave. He heard the sound of his door opening up and he turned around. His jaw dropped as he saw the two girls. With how much muscle Izuku built up over the past couple of years, his shirts had to go up a size or two. Mostly because he didn't care much for showing off his new build if he could help it, so he wore a size larger than he really needed. And that seemed to translate much differently for the two girls. The shirts seemed to drape on their bodies, the hem dropping down to their upper thighs with Momo's not going as far as her slightly larger bust causing it to fit differently compared to Shoka. He tried not to look at their chests, the only problem was where the simple graphics were placed, Shoka's reading, dress shirt, and Momo's reading, dressed to impress. Izuku was thanking whatever deity was listening for making sure neither of the girls was wearing the one that read, "Oh pie," otherwise he might actually die young at the sight. However, that didn't seem to matter, as even with the fact they were wearing t-shirts, his t-shirts he reminded himself, and shorts and leggings, they still looked stunning. Shoka even pulled her long hair back into a ponytail. And it was then that Izuku finally realized as he took in the sight of the two Ravenettes. If I somehow die in the next 5 minutes, I will have no regrets. Shoka put her hands on her hips, smirking at Izuku's reaction while Momo's blush intensified as she held onto one of her arms, turning her head slightly as she sneaked brief glances at the verdette. Well, don't just stand there, Izuku. We got work to do, Shoka commented as she grabbed his arms and pulled him back into his room. All right, Izuku replied as his brain rebooted for the second time in the last hour. He paused and turned to the girls when he realized they still needed some extra equipment. Wait, you two still need gloves and masks. Oh, well, I suppose I could provide those, Momo stated. Izuku decided to help her out by handing her one of his gloves so she could see what kind of materials she would be working with. Since it wasn't a simple construct and one that had several different values and materials to it, an example helped. She looked at Izuku before shyly lifting her shirt to expose her stomach as her quirk began to work. A myriad of colors began to emit on her skin as the Ravenette created 2 pairs of gloves and some basic cloth squares for her and Shoka to wear as they worked. Thank you, Izuku, she said as she handed him back his glove. Shoka and Momo put on their new gloves and wrapped the makeshift masks around their faces. Izuku showed them the sketch of the mural and let them decide what they wanted to make. There were several simple things for the two girls to try their hands at, Izuku claiming the last major piece of the mural for himself. Shoka chose to paint the word, Wildcat, onto its section and Momo wanted to try something fun and went with a simple cat icon that represented BK. Izuku turned his music back on, the kick drums and synth evolving into a mashup of funky guitars and keyboards setting the mood for the 3 friends. As the vocals kicked in, Izuku began to guide the 2 girls and help them with their pieces. Shoka started her piece and used black paint to create a small banner for the words to sit on as it would overlap several other designs on the wall. She then used orange paint as she steadily wrote out the letters in her design. Izuku helped her as she applied the layer of white paint on top of her orange layer. As Shoka had a handle on things based on the confident and playful smirk she had, he went over to Momo and assisted her. She had an easy time creating the simple cat head, her smile growing wider as she began to get into the flow of things. The 2 girls turned to Izuku, ready for another piece to work on. Izuku gave them a warm smile as he moved them over to the gallery section and explained his idea. Shoka and Momo gave the verdette smiles of their own as they listened to him. The 3 heroes in training each grabbed a different can of paint as they began to create various discs on the empty space, taking the time to design each one however they wanted. Sometimes they switched positions, making the gallery a collaborative piece between them. They all couldn't help but smile under their masks as their laughter filled the room. Time began to speed up as night began to set in. They could feel the cool, spring breeze flowing into the room. Shoka and Momo took a step back as they watched Izuku work on the last piece of the mural. He started with a dark green and created a series of sharp letters spelling out BUNY with the U and N being connected as the B and Y fit around them like a puzzle. The verdette then started to apply light shades of green across the word several times and outlined the word to give it a clean shape and ended with a thick, white outline around that. Then, it was time for the main piece. Izuku took the can of white paint and began his work. Shoka and Momo saw his demeanor shift as he focused intently on the design. Both girls got lost in his movements again as his hand flowed from one point to the next. They began to recognize the design as a white skull with the ears of a rabbit began to take shape. Izuku took the black spray paint can and started to outline the skull, letting it drip down the mural without a care in the world. He switched back to white and created two lines that crossed each other underneath the skull, and repeated the process of outlining them in black. When he was done, Izuku took a step back as he scanned every bit of the mural. He smiled as appreciated each and every piece in its entirety. Shoka and Momo stood next to him and did the same. Their shirts and gloves were plastered with random bits of color, their shirts becoming canvases of their own from their efforts. But the brightest thing was the smiles the three wore. I must say, this was a rather fun experience. Thank you for letting us join you in this, Izuku. The heiress said the verdette. Gotta say, I'm glad we did this. Shoka agreed with her friend. Izuku nodded in agreement, but he began to focus on one spot in the mural. He brought a hand to his chin as he began to go deep into his thoughts. Shoka and Momo looked at the verdette in concern, worried that he found a flaw with his mural. You know, I can't believe I was about to forget the most important part. Izuku finally said. The Ravenet pair looked at him in confusion. Shoka grabbed the sketch from the desk and looked it over, not seeing what was missing. Izuku stepped forward and put a hand on an empty spot next to Ego and its crossbones. He turned around and explained, a signature. Shoka and Momo both gave him a look of realization as the heiress questioned Izuku, so how will you sign it? Who said I would be the only one to sign it? Izuku sent Momo a question in return. He walked up to the two girls and explained his idea. The two Ravenets gave him a bright smile, their excitement building up more and more. He handed the can of white paint to Momo and put down her letter, Izuku going after her, and Shoka finishing it up. Once they all added the final piece to the mural, they stepped back once more to appreciate their work, taking off their gloves and masks as the music that played in the background faded. Izuku leaned onto his desk, Shoka taking her place on his right and Momo on his left. They just stood there as the night went on, looking over the mural and chatting about whatever came to their minds. As the three did so, their bodies started to move closer together, Shoka's hand grazing Izuku's, their pointer fingers becoming entwined as she started to lean into him, their shoulders bumping together. Momo leaned closer to the verdette, placing both her hands on his shoulder as she rested her head against them. Any awkwardness or nervousness they would usually feel at such actions was forgotten, as they all focused on the last piece of the mural. That was the current state of 1A this morning. The Hero Course students were scrambling to get ready for their first class of the semester and their careers as future heroes. And almost everybody was feeling some dread. At least until their salvation came an hour before class started. In the kitchen, one verdette manned his post and provided liquid ambrosia to all who asked, with the stipulation of 1 cup apiece. This would be a rare event for him to give them each a special cup in the morning, letting them all know tomorrow the house blend and pick-me-ups would be the main menu going forward. It took time to do this. And he didn't want them all to be late to class on the first day. Not when Aizawa-sensei would be there. Alright, I got 2 pick-me-ups for Mina and Toru. Extra sugar for sweetness. Thanks Izuku. I appreciate you. Toru cheered. Thanks, Midori. I really needed this. Mina replied, now starting to get out of her early morning slump. Izuku nodded at the energetic duo's thanks as the two girls moved over to the dining area to drink their coffee. He moved on to his next target. For Tokiyami, 1 cup of dark as my soul. With a smidge of cream. Izuku called out. My thanks, master of the brew, Tokiyami said, bowing his head slightly in thanks. For Sue, 1 cup of rainy days, Izuku said, moving on. Thank you, Midori Akiro, Sue said as she took her cup. She basked in the unique flavoring of the roast, happy she chose to experiment with new flavors. Without missing a beat, Izuku kept up the pace. For Uraraka, Iida, and Kyoka, 1 cup of the house blend. 1 with sugar and milk, 1 with just sugar, and 1 straight black. Izuku listed off as he set down 3 more cups in front of their recipients. Thanks, phones, Ochako said, still a little sleepy. She trudged over and slumped into the chair across from Sue, who ribbited in laughter at her new friend's morning mood. Thank you, Midoriya, Iida said, thanking the verdette. And thank you for taking the time to do this for your coursemates. Thanks, Greenie, I don't think I would get through the day without the help, Kyoka commented as she took her cup. Shoka, Momo, and Shinso watched on from their spots at the counter as Izuku worked, Shoka and Momo sitting together with Kyoka joining them as Shinso waited at his end. Shinso, your pot is brewing, so give it a minute, the verdette said to his friend. Shinso nodded and turned his attention to the pot of coffee currently being made. He stared at the coffee maker, trying to will it to work faster. Izuku shook his head while Shoka and Kyoka snorted in amusement at the indigoat. Izuku turned his attention to the 2 ravenettes. As for you two, 1 cup of the house blend. Milk for Shoka, and cream for Momo. Both with a hint of cinnamon. Izuku said as he presented the girls their coffee. Thank you, Izuku, Momo said graciously as she took the cup into her hands. She basked in the aroma of her drink before taking a sip, humming in appreciation. Shoka had already taken her first sip, savoring the flavor of her morning drink with a content smile on her face. Thanks, Izzy, the slender ravenette said, her smile now directed at the verdette. Izuku blushed at the nickname Shoka had started to use last night after they finished the mural. That night, Izuku had laid in bed after cleaning up his room, unable to sleep as he thought about the 2 girls he had feelings for, and what he should do about those feelings. 2 beautiful girls, each with a unique personality that he somehow clicked with. Izuku didn't think that was possible. He was in a weird situation, and he didn't know what to do. Those thoughts then drifted to the image of them in his shirts. And just his shirts. Needless to say, he didn't get much sleep that night. Shoka wasn't faring any better in her room. She spent most of her night when she returned trying to figure things out on her own. And she was hitting a wall. She had 2 sweet, lovable dorks and 0 experience with relationships. So, she did what she thought was the smart thing to do at the moment. She left these feelings for future Shoka to deal with. So she went to bed constantly thinking about the 2, already dealing with what past Shoka left her. At least the shirt she kept from Izuku's closet was comfy. Momo was trying to make sense of everything. She knew she was attracted to Izuku. That happened over their time chatting over Hero Scramble. And those feelings grew when they finally met in person. Then Shoka also began to fill a space in her heart with ease, leaving the heiress confused about everything. So she turned to her romance novels to see what possible help she could glean from them. That only gave her vivid dreams of her with her 2 friends together in rather adult scenarios. They all came to the same conclusion when they woke up this morning. They needed advice, and in their minds, there was only one person who could give them that advice. They just needed to message him later. Sue, Kyoka drawled out, any idea what today will be like? Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso froze in place, unable to really talk about anything. They did well to hide their reactions as no one seemed to notice. I just hope our course instructor is nice, Ochako said. While I do not like that he was not here to greet us during move-in, the fact he dedicated himself to his heroics has told me he must be quite the hero. Iida surmised. Momo looked at her friends while her coursemates chatted. She had an idea of who their instructor was but wanted to confirm her theory. She saw the looks that her 3 friends gave her and understood their silent meaning. Don't say anything, because we can't say anything. As the others chatted amongst themselves, Izuku handed Shinso his pot of coffee and the 3 problem children huddled together. So, we keep quiet, right? Shinso whispered. You know Aizawa, if the text this morning was anything to go by, it's either us or them. Shoka said without a hint of regret. Izuku sighed, we're lucky we know what he is like. Today will be a test. They all nodded to each other. Izuku went back over to the coffee machine to make Aizawa his brew. He decided to make it double, in the vain hope he might make things easier for everyone if he did. Yo, Greenie, what's with the double pot? Kyoka asked. You'll understand later, the verdette simply stated. Kyoka raised an eyebrow but decided to just roll with it. Iida began to direct the class, trying to get them to arrive to class early. By 30 minutes, the BlueNet explained it was due to it being the first day. Iida, while I am sure we all can appreciate your ethics and good intentions, 30 minutes seems a tad excessive, Momo said diplomatically. I see. I suppose it might be too much to ask. Iida conceded. As the time neared to head to class, everyone of 1A began to make their way to the campus, with Izuku, Shoka, Momo, Shinso, and Kyoka hanging back. Izuku poured the 2 pots of coffee into a large thermos for Aizawa. Before he left with his friends, he attempted to put on his tie. The sounds of Shoka and Momo giggling told him what he needed to know. Hearing Shinso and Kyoka laugh caused him to slump over as a cloud of shame hung over his head. Izuku, would you like some assistance? Momo kindly offered. Yes please, Izuku said, defeated. Momo's melodious laugh filled the air as she closed the distance between them. Both of them had a faint blush dusting their cheeks as she took the thin red cloth into her hands and she began to maneuver it around and into the correct knot. As the onyx-eyed Ravenet worked her magic, Izuku tried to keep his brain active. And he did so by noticing how he was only a few centimeters shorter than Momo now than a year ago. And Shoka was only a few centimeters shorter than him. There, all done, Momo said as she stepped back. Izuku was relieved but saw her begin to think about something. Is something wrong Momo? Izuku asked the Ravenet heiress. I know what's wrong, Shoka answered. She stepped up and messed with his tie, loosening it up just a little. She ended her adjustments by unbuttoning his shirt collar and opening up his gray and green blazer. He still kept his button-up shirt tucked into his green pants and wore his ever-present bulky, red shoes. Ego was pinned to his left lapel finishing off the look. It was a perfect mix of casual and formal. Shoka stepped back next to Momo as the 2 girls began appraising their work. Perfect, Momo stated, bringing her hands together. Yeah, perfect, Izuku thought to himself. He finally was able to get a good look at the 2 Ravenets in their uniforms. Despite being a university, UA had a standard uniform for all courses. The university does allow some freedom with how it is worn, as long as it doesn't cross any lines. And it was something Izuku was fine with. Shoka and Momo, like the rest of the girls of 1A, wore the standard gray blazer with green trimmings, a white button-up shirt, and a red tie. Momo wore her tie in the usual way, while Shoka wore hers similar to one of Izuku's earlier attempts, making it smaller than normal. Despite that, he would have to give it to her, that style looked better on her. They both wore the standard dark green skirts that sat at their mid-thighs, showing off their shapely legs. They both also matched by wearing black calf-length socks. Momo wore brown formal shoes while Shoka followed Izuku's example and wore her usual footwear. Their uniforms showed off both of the girls' figures quite well and showed that while Shoka was more slender than Momo, she almost stacked up perfectly to the heiress being only a size smaller than her. So, Kyoka's voice cut through the air. As cute as this all is, are we gonna get to class anytime soon? I would rather not deal with Iida getting on our case for being only 5 minutes early. The Violette brought up as she did a mock gesture of reading a watch. Right, the 3 said together as they scrambled to gather their things. Shinso let out a chortle as Kyoka smirked at the scene. The 5 of them left the dorm, made their way across campus, and entered the main building. They didn't spend long roaming the halls in search of their classroom. Momo had taken the time to familiarize herself with the layout of the building and was able to guide them relatively easily. It didn't mean they weren't slowed down though. UA was like a maze. And Izuku, Shoka, Momo, and Shinso all had a feeling that Nezu had a hand in it. They couldn't prove it, but they didn't have anything else to go on. Big door, Shinso commented as they stood outside their classroom. Probably for those with mutations that make them larger than most people. Izuku supplied. Shoka walked up to the door and turned to her friends. Well, better not keep everyone waiting. Let's see what kind of chaos can happen in 10 minutes. Shoka said as she opened the door. Bakugo, I must ask that you remove your feet from the desk. Iida's voice rang out as she did so. Ya no, I didn't think the universe would actually step up to the challenge right off the bat. Shoka deadpanned. The group all nodded at Shoka's words as they continued to watch the scene in front of them. Bakugo merely gave Iida a disinterested look. It is rude to the memory of our upperclassmen and to the underclassmen of the future that you are showing such disrespect. Not to mention the disrespect to those that made the desk as well. Iida continued to reprimand the ash blonde, trying to appeal to what empathy Bakugo had. Beep off 4 eyes, I don't need to hear bullshit from an extra like you. Bakugo huffed out in annoyance. As Iida began to malfunction and reboot, the group ignored the drama unfolding and made their way to the last few empty desks near the back. Shinso took the back seat in the final row, right next to Todoroki, who ignored all of them, with Izuku in front of him, and Momo taking the seat ahead of Izuku. Shoka grabbed the seat to the right of Izuku and Kyoka took the spot ahead of her and next to Momo. There was still time before class started, and while everyone chatted amongst themselves, Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso kept their eyes peeled, looking for their sensei. He wasn't out in the halls. Izuku noticed. He knew Aizawa was nearby, he just didn't know where. Wouldn't surprise me if he popped out of the vent. Shinso considered, darting his eyes around the room. I didn't see him under the front desk. Shoka thought, narrowing her eyes as she thought about where Aizawa could be. When you are in this classroom, your focus should be on heroics. Friendship building happens on your time, not mine. A tired voice sounded out. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso clammed up as their bodies stiffened. Momo and Kyoka saw their friends' reactions and thought it odd until they realized they should follow their example. The rest of the class, save Todoroki, was more concerned about where the voice came from and was being vocal about it. You all are taking too long to quiet down. We'll need to work on that. The voice spoke up once more. The room all turned around as they pinpointed the source of the voice. Up against the back wall was a yellow sleeping bag. The yellow cocoon rolled over and revealed the disheveled face of Aizawa Shota. His sleepy eyes looked at each and every person in the room, unnerving several of his students who were not expecting his sudden appearance. After a moment, he unzipped the sleeping bag and started to make his way to the front of the room, stopping by Izuku's desk to grab the thermos the vedette prepared for him. Aizawa stood at the desk and gave his students one more look. He then took a sip from the thermos. That one sup had included several large gulps. The room looked at him in a mix of awe, confusion, disbelief, and concern at the action. As he finished his first sip, he addressed the room. My name is Aizawa Shota, and I will be your hero course instructor. Now then. He crouched down behind his desk and brought out a box, which he began to open, setting out 3 bags that contained the standard UA gym uniform. Come up to the front and take the bag with your name on it. Then go get changed and meet me at the training field. You have 10 minutes. The class continued to just stare at the man even as he left. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso were already up and grabbed one of the 3 bags Aizawa left out for them. The 3 quickly made their way to where the locker rooms were, leaving behind the rest of their coursemates. Momo realized what was happening and followed after them, with Kyoka running after her. Things finally clicked with the rest of the class as they followed suit, becoming a hectic mass of young adults digging through the box in search of their uniform. Toshinori was sitting at his desk in the teacher's lounge, finishing up the outline of his first lesson plan for Wednesday. Nezu had informed him that the first heroics lesson for the first years would be then as a way to help them get used to life at UA. Better to not overload them too soon. Toshinori was certainly glad for that. It meant he could iron out some of the finer details he might have missed when planning. He set his lesson plan down on his desk and leaned back into his chair. The opening ceremony and orientation should be starting soon, he said to himself. The number 1 hero began to reminisce about his own time as a student at UA, his ever-present smile becoming softer as he did. And then he began to think about the current student body. 2 students in particular. Midoriya Izuku, the young man who had impressed the hero enough with his words and actions. That and the feeling that his own quirk seemed to be drawn to him. The other student was Midoriya's upperclassman, Tagata Mirio. From the records he looked through, Tagata was a fine young man who was well on his way to being a fine hero. The issue came from where he heard about Tagata. His old sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, Sasaki Mirai. A man he hadn't talked to in years. And he knew why Mirai recommended Tagata. His old sidekick believes Tagata to be the best candidate for his quirk. A new holder of the torch. The next in a legacy. But that wasn't for Mirai to decide. But Toshinori agreed to meet with Tagata, to talk with a future hero, and maybe give him a few words of wisdom. But it was mostly a courtesy. He had his own idea of who would be the one to follow in his footsteps. He just needed a way to bring it up to the young man. Toshinori sighed as his thoughts began to drift, and he looked over to one of the desks on the other side of the room. The one belonging to his coworker, Aizawa. Toshinori then had a thought. Aizawa said he would be testing his students today. Maybe I might learn something from his example. Toshinori stood up from his chair and stretched before he made his way to the door. As his hand gripped the handle, one final thought crossed his mind. This would also be an excellent opportunity to see how creative young Midoriya is with his quirk before my lesson. UA. Training field. Outside at the training field stood Aizawa and his 3 problem children in their gym uniforms. He was glad to see his 3 mentees again and proud to see they hadn't lost a step as they were the first ones out on the field. While Izuku and Shinso wore a standard UA gym uniform that consisted of a blue tracksuit, with a short-sleeve jacket that had red and white accents on the sleeves and the letter U across the collar and on the front going straight down and onto the pants of the uniform, Shoka had a specialized version for her quirk, which switched the blue out for black. Todoroki and Iida were right after them, which made sense due to their families and their line of work. He was impressed that Momo, Kyoka, and Bakugo had arrived next and surmised that Momo and Kyoka followed the trio's example since he saw they stuck pretty close to them. Bakugo at least had the hustle, though his current temperament needs fixing. The ash blonde was currently glaring at his 3 problem children. He didn't know why, but he made a note of it. Better to keep it in mind than ignore a future problem. His thoughts were broken by the horde of students scrambling to the field. He checked the time on his phone. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Looks like there are many things that we will have to work on. Great, Aizawa huffed. He looked to his class and addressed them now that they were all here. Your 10 minutes were almost up. It seems most of you will need to learn how to speed things up. Aizawa said. Most of the class seemed dejected at his words but pushed past their own feelings as they focused on Aizawa. Now, you all will be undergoing a quirk assessment test. Aizawa continued speaking. Majority of the class began to question what he meant by that. He was going to explain when Ochako spoke up. But Aizawa-sensei, what about the entrance ceremony? Or orientation? The auburn-haired girl asked. Aizawa stared at the girl, causing her to shrink in on herself at his gaze. He then began to look over each and every student as he spoke. Fine. Here is your orientation. Welcome to the hero course. Here at UA, we instructors are given the ability to run our classes as we see fit. His gaze hardened as he said his next point. You all are here to become heroes. And it's my job to make sure you all are competent enough to grow into great heroes. I will not make things easy for you. If you aren't up to the challenge, then get out of my course and leave the space open for someone who will put in the work to be a hero. Aizawa's stare intensified as he finished, causing several of his students to either look at the man nervously or start shaking where they stood. Aizawa gave them a moment to collect themselves before continuing. He took out his phone and addressed the class once more. To start, you all will be taking a series of fitness tests, only this time you will get to use your quirks to do so. Where the country only takes the averages from the results when you took this exam without the aid of your quirk, we will ignore that. The Ministry of Education has set limits on you, and I will have you break those limits. He pulled out a softball with a built-in sensor from the bag next to him. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam. We'll have you be the example today. What was the distance you got with your softball throw in high school? He asked. 62 meters, sir. The vedette answered. Aizawa tossed the ball to Izuku, who caught it with ease. Step into the pitch. Throw it however you want, just don't step outside the circle. Aizawa explained, pointing a thumb over his shoulder. Aizawa moved to the group of students and opened up an app on his phone as Izuku stepped into the circle. The vedette gripped the ball tightly in his hand. I can easily use orbit and launch it as far as I can. But Aizawa already knows what I can do with that. Izuku thought. He was running ideas through his head, trying to figure out something that would do more than just what works. So, he sent his energy to orbit and went down his current list of psyches he had set. Higher continued to give him a synchronization with orbit, but that wouldn't work for this. He didn't feel a link with Excalibur, so that was immediately out, as well as his new psych and Vitality. What he didn't expect was Buster Shot starting to link up with orbit. As he let the link happen, an understanding began to form in his brain. And he smiled. That'll work. Over with the others, they watched as Izuku stood there, thinking about what to do. Hey, Shoka, Kyoka said as she leaned over to the gray-eyed Ravenet. Shoka turned her head slightly while still watching Izuku. You and Indy know Izuku best. What do you think he'll do? She asked. Shinso raised a brow as he heard his new nickname, but chose not to dwell on it, refocusing on Izuku. Shoka spoke up when she saw Izuku smile, something really stupid, but also kinda awesome. Yeah, that smile means he is about to try something new. Shinso elaborated. Mina overheard the conversation and jumped in. Ooh, think we'll get to see a new psych. Before anyone could say something else, they heard Izuku address them. You all may want to step back. He was about to get ready when he stopped himself and turned to look at Momo. Momo, could you please make a pair of headphones for Kyoka? I don't know how loud this is going to be. Momo quickly complied and unzipped her jacket enough for her to create a pair of sound-canceling headphones for the Violette. Once Kyoka put them on and had her jacks covered, Izuku got into position. He spread his legs to brace for the future recoil, turning his body sideways with his back to the class, and held out both of his arms. His left hand held on to the ball as he formed his right hand into a finger gun with his pointer and middle fingers being the barrel. Once he was set, he called on orbit, the psych grabbing the ball from his hand and holding it into position. A green line began to form around his body, coiling around his arms as the power built up. As the trail ended at his fingertips, Izuku let out a howl. Synchronization. Mach round. With his call, the ball followed the green path, building up speed as it twisted around his body. As it reached his right hand, green and teal energy built up and encompassed the ball, and he dropped his thumb. And the ball soared, disappearing into the sky within seconds. And followed by a sonic boom. The dirt around him was kicked up by the sudden burst of energy. Izuku skidded back, using the last of his energy with orbit to stabilize himself. He felt his right arm lock up and figured it was due to his quirk defending his body by trying to handle the recoil of the blast. And that was with as little energy sent to Buster Shot as possible. Izuku thought to himself, wincing as he felt his arm sting. Everyone else just watched the scene in shock as the dust settled. Shoka and Shinso gave each other a look before rolling their eyes at the verdette. Momo was slightly concerned as she saw Izuku trying to relax his arm in order for it to return to normal. He had managed to lower it, but it was still stiff with his hand stuck in its firing position. Where everyone's reactions varied at the power displayed, only one looked on in anger. Bakugo clenched his teeth tightly together as he glared at the verdette, his mood souring even further. From behind a tree, Toshinori watched the verdette in awe at how he utilized his quirk. He remembered that Izuku had psychokinesis and energy blasts from his actions against the sludge villain almost a year ago. He must have combined two of his psyches like he did in the entrance exam. He concluded, holy crap, that was so cool, young Midoriya. Aizawa looked at his phone and smirked. He would have gotten on Izuku's case if he just used orbit for this. Now was the time for his one problem child to get creative. And the verdette realized it as well. 1.17 kilometers, Aizawa called out the reading. While the class seemed to focus on the distance, Aizawa looked at Izuku. Midoriya, will that be a problem? The tired hero asked, pointing to Izuku's arm. No, sensei, I still have feeling in it. It just seems like my quirk is letting it slowly return to normal. If anything, I can use Vitality if I need to. Izuku explained while trying to wiggle his fingers with some success. Aizawa nodded in understanding at Izuku's words. All right, but if this keeps going, do what you can for it. If I have to send you to the old lady, then I will." Izuku nodded, happy that Aizawa trusted him enough with his limits. He was feeling pretty good before he heard something that made his body fill with a deep dread. And by the look he saw in Shoka and Shinso's eyes, they felt the same. "This looks like so much fun. We get to use our quirks, this is so awesome." The air stilled. There was no ambient sound as the cheers were finished. There was only dread. "It looks fun, huh?" The class all turned their attention to Aizawa, his hair falling over his eyes, hiding them from the students. "Fine then. It seems like my words from earlier didn't get through." Aizawa raised his head, his sullen eyes glaring at his class. "If this is fun, then let's turn this into a game. If you get last, you may find yourself out of here. Forget being dropped to General Ed. I will personally kick you out of here." Nobody knew what to say to that. They all looked to their sensei in shock, not really believing what they heard. But that's not fair. We just got here," Ochako cried out, trying to reason with their sensei. Aizawa turned his head to focus on the girl. Ochako started shrinking in on herself as he did so. "Really, it's not fair." His eyes narrowed as he continued to speak. "Natural disasters, accidents that can cost people their lives, and selfish villains. Life is a series of events. Some we can predict while others sneak up on us at the worst of times and push us to the brink. It is a hero's job to do all they can in situations like that, to fight against the unfairness of life so that others won't suffer." Aizawa returned his focus to the whole class and continued, "I told you I will not make it easy for you. Here is your first challenge as future heroes. Will you crumple under the pressure, or will you find a way to stand tall?" The class became unsure of themselves as they listened to Aizawa's words. Save for a few, Shoka and Shinso understood what he meant since they trained under him, but they knew not even they were safe if they didn't put in the effort. Todoroki just stared at the disheveled hero, not balking under his words. Bakugo returned Aizawa's glare with one of his own. It would take more than that to scare the ash blonde. Momo managed to steel her nerves, but even she had some self-doubts running through her mind. She saw the look of determination in Shoka's eyes, trying to gain the same level of confidence from her friend. Then she looked at Izuku, and what she saw helped her find her resolve. "Sensei," the verdette's voice called out. Aizawa and the rest of 1A turned to look at Izuku, who was standing tall and gripping his right arm with his left. "I accept your challenge," Izuku proclaimed loudly, "and if I stumble, I'll get right back up. And if anyone else stumbles, then I'll be there to pick them up. Because what sort of hero would I be if I just gave up, if I let others fall? So I accept your challenge." Izuku began to bend his right arm, bringing his hand up and slowly clenching it into a triumphant fist. "And like everyone else here, I'll succeed. We got this far, so now it's time to go beyond." Aizawa cast a glance back at the rest of his class. Those that were starting to doubt themselves took the verdette's words to heart and looked ready to take on the challenge Aizawa issued. He returned his gaze back to Izuku, a smirk forming behind his capture scarf. "Good. Then let's get started," Aizawa declared. They continued the ball test after Izuku's showing, going in alphabetical order. Some students thought about how to utilize their quirks as best they could, while others resigned themselves to using whatever physical capabilities they could fall on, which would affect their scores. As Mina finished her throw, Bakugo stepped up to the pitch. The ash blonde began rolling the ball around in his hand, a wide grin forming on his face. Izuku watched his old childhood friend wind up his throw. "Hey, Kyoka, might wanna cover your ears again. Sparky is about to go off," Shoka warned the Violette. Kyoka quickly put the headphones Momo made back on as the smell of burnt caramel became prominent. "Die!" Bakugo yelled as he launched the ball with a controlled explosion. The ball flew through the air for several seconds before finally landing. Aizawa's phone beeped as it recorded the distance. 705.3 meters. The underground hero droned out. Bakugo clicked his tongue, not happy with how he scored compared to Izuku. He put his hands in his pockets and made his way back to the group. He stopped briefly as he and Izuku stared each other down. After a moment, Izuku turned his attention to the next person, no longer paying Bakugo any mind. The ash blonde grits his teeth but does nothing else. And the tests continued on. It was now Shoka's turn as she took the ball from Aizawa's hands and made her way to the pitch. She was thinking over what was possible with her quirk. Her transformation gave her a boost to her physical strengths, but she was determining the best way to get results that would impress Aizawa. She smirked as her quirk began to transform her body. The black segmented armor formed on her arms and legs, her tail appearing behind her as her skin turned white and her uniform turned gray. "So that's what her quirk looks like," Iida commented. "You should have seen it in action. She literally tore through the robots." Mina replied excitedly. "Revelry in the dark," Tokiyami stated, causing confusion among most of his coursemates at his phrase. Kaminari and Shiro began to whisper to each other, "Dude, we have a literal cat girl." "That's like the Dre." Shiro quirked a brow as he looked at his friend. He saw fear in the electric blonde's eyes. He followed the direction where Kaminari was looking and adopted the same look of fear. Izuku and Momo had somehow heard Kaminari, and their glares told both him and Shiro everything they needed to know. So Shiro wisely raised his hands in a placating manner to the two, trying his best to not get on their bad side. The two let out a held breath as Izuku and Momo went back to watching Shoka. Everyone watched as Shoka lobbed the ball into the air, took a few quick steps to build up some speed, and wound her leg back. As the ball descended, she kicked it with all her might, rocketing the ball into the air. She turned to Aizawa, who gave her an approving nod as he called out her score. 356.9 meters. Shoka preened as her color reverted back to normal. She made her way back to her friends as Shiro stepped up. After Shiro used his tape as a sling to launch the ball, getting him quite a bit of distance, it was Shinso's turn. He didn't move from his spot, his mind running wild with ideas and fears. While his coursemates knew about his quirk and didn't shy away from him, it didn't mean that could change. But if he didn't use his quirk, he would be on the chopping block. So he came to a decision. "Izuku, do you still have some energy for orbit?" he asked his friend, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku looked at his friend and understood what he needed. "Yeah, Plen." The verdette's eyes glazed over as Shinso took control. "Follow me," Shinso said. The two made their way to the pitch as Shinso took a softball from Aizawa. He turned to look at Izuku and held the ball out in front of him. "Izuku, use orbit on this ball and throw it as far as you can," Shinso ordered, pointing to the end of the field. As he finished his command, the ball was wrapped in green energy and shot off in the direction Shinso pointed. The Indigoat watched and waited as the ball continued to soar. After a moment, Aizawa called out his results, 782.5 meters. "Shinso, cut the connection." Shinso nodded and Izuku was seen shaking his head. As Izuku's mind caught back up to him, he looked at his friend and went into quirk analysis mode on him. "So, what was the command? How did it work? Were there any issues this time?" Izuku began to ask rapid-fire questions. Shinso raised his hand to stop his friend before he answered, "Simple command. Stuck with words you would recognize in the controlled state. You used orbit to launch the ball." Shinso smirked and lowered his hand. "We got 782.5 meters. Better than I thought." Izuku gave his friend a wide grin. "Nice." The two made their way back to the group as the next person went up. Several of the students looked at Shinso curiously, trying to figure out what to say. "Sue, does that count for Shinso, or does Izuku's score go up?" Kaminari asked. "Yes." Izuku and Shinso answered as one. Things kept moving along, with Ochako getting the highest score as she used her quirk to mess with the gravity of the softball, letting it float into the sky and into the thermosphere. Ochako was elated at her score of infinity. "Damn," Shinso commented. "Went with the wrong horse for this one." It was finally Momo's turn and the heiress was trying to determine what to do. Shoka was straightforward with her approach. Shinso used what he could and found a way to score high with his quirk. And Izuku thought outside the box. She thought to herself. She continued to work through the problem in search of a solution. "I need the maximum distance, with minimum drawback from my quirk. I still need to keep track of my lipids for later. She replayed the past attempts and focused on Izuku's, Ochako's, and Bakugo's. As she did, a picture began to form in her mind. That's it. Momo unzipped her jacket fully and her quirk began to work. From the myriad of colors emitted from her skin came a miniature rocket and a launcher that she easily set up without issue. She placed the softball into a hatch on the rocket and set it on the launcher. She created a wireless controller at the cost of more lipids for the intricacies of the remote and pressed the red button. And with a whoosh, the rocket sailed through the air. Not quite at the speed Izuku's first launch went, but more than matched his distance. After a minute, Aizawa's phone chimed, alerting them all. Good work Yaoyorozu. 2.01 kilometers. Momo beamed at her sensei's words and looked at Izuku and Shoka, who gave her wide smiles of their own. Alright, we are moving on to the 50-meter dash. Everyone get ready, you'll go two at a time. Aizawa explained as he ushered the group to the next test. Momo returned to her friends with a bounce in her step as she did. She and the others watched as Suyu and Iida lined up to start the run. As they watched, Izuku spoke up. Nice work with the rocket Momo. Pretty clever to come up with that. What made you think of it though? He asked. The Ravenet smiled and blushed at his compliment as she answered, well, I didn't want to use too many lipids to fuel my creation. So I thought of a way to minimize my use to maximize my output. I actually used you, Uraraka, and Bakugo as examples. I originally thought of using a cannon, but that could cost me more to make because of the size and density of the object. And while the rocket was more complicated, the size countered the cost. The next set of runners went up and the group watched their attempt. Though I did want to try making a railgun to match your effort, but I don't know the full inner workings in order to do so. She said, a little dejectedly. I will just have to apply myself to my self-studies. She felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Izuku give her an amused look. Next time then. Besides, you're smart. You'll figure it out in no time, Momo. The two could hear Shoka hold back a laugh. This caused them to look at the slender Ravenet in confusion. She stopped herself and explained as the next two runners got ready. Sorry, just thinking of a meme because of Momo. Remind me to show you two what I mean later. Midoriya, Bakugo, you're up. Aizawa called out. Good luck, Izuku. You got this, Izzy. Izuku gave the two girls an appreciative nod as he stepped up next to Bakugo. The ash blonde gave the verdette a brief glance before focusing. Your shitty quirk isn't gonna help you here, Deku, Bakugo growled out. Izuku just ignored him and began channeling his energy into his psyches. Once he felt a connection, he replied to the ash blonde, blink and you'll miss it, Bakugo. Get ready, the camera bot said. Izuku and Bakugo got into a readied position. The group of students watched in rapt attention, some taking friendly bets on who would cross first. After a tense moment of silence, the camera bot called out, start. Bakugo launched himself forward, using his explosion quirk to boost his speed. He was so focused on his own efforts that he failed to notice that Izuku was already ahead of him. Or even saw him get ahead. 1.05 seconds. The camera bot called out as a green and teal flash of color was seen. Bakugo's eyes widened as he heard that. He crossed a few seconds later, only to not see Izuku near him. Wow, I didn't even see him. A voice said. Indeed, that was quite fast, Midoriya, Iida replied. Everyone blinked in confusion as they turned around and saw Izuku standing behind them. They saw a trail of green and teal energy flowing from him to the finish line as it began to fade away. Izuku, Momo said as she blinked owlishly, how did you get there? Izuku tugged at a pin clipped to the hem of his jacket. It was his green rabbit in the process of leaping, green energy trailing behind it as several points along the jagged trail seemed to pop or explode. New psych. Like I told Bakugo, blink and you'll miss it. He said cheekily. The tests began to fly by after that. Aizawa watched on, making mental notes of how everyone was doing. He saw how some would push their body to the limits if their quirk couldn't help them with their attempts. Shinso was one of those, choosing to push himself to finish the dash as quickly as possible, actually getting a higher score than the last time Aizawa tested the problem children at 5.06 seconds. Shoka was able to use her quirk once more, matching Bakugo's time of 4.13 seconds. Yaoyorozu lost some time at hers due to spending too long trying to come up with a solution. She made up for it with the simple application of a pair of skates with small rockets attached to them, getting her across the line at 3.56 seconds. They moved on to the next test, the long jump. It was clear that several students would excel, notably Asui and Bakugo. Both were able to clear the sand pit. Aizawa was surprised that Uraraka managed to do so with only minor issues of her stomach showing signs of discomfort after she used her quirk on herself, the effects of gravity gone, launching her across the gap. Asui was quick enough to catch Uraraka with her tongue since she was still on the other side. Sakurain cleared the pit with ease, not needing to use her full transformation to do so. Yaoyorozu showcased her own athleticism and intelligence by using a pole to launch herself across the pit. Midoriya first used Orbit to lift him up into the air and cleverly used Pyre to give him some propulsion, allowing him to land on the other side with a crash. Aizawa watched Todoroki go next. So far, the bicolor-haired teen wasn't leaving the best impression. He had great control and power with his quirk, but he was holding back. He expected that maybe Todoroki would try something similar to Midoriya, only to create a ramp with his ice and launch himself that way. And Aizawa was starting to get annoyed. This was the second chance for the Son of Endeavor to use his full quirk. And he made the choice not to. They moved to the gym after the long jumps and started the grip test. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu managed to break their testers, Izuku using Orbit to do so and Yaoyorozu creating a miniature machine press. Shinso managed to use his quirk on Shoji, having the duply armed teen squeeze the grip and achieve a score of 540 kgs. Aizawa allowed it to count for both of them, Shinso apologizing to Shoji, who simply waved him off and started a conversation about their quirks. Aizawa watched as Sakurain achieved a score of 262 kgs with her quirk. He appreciated that Jiro thought outside the box and used her jacks with her hand to increase her score. After that, came the seated toe touch. The only real notable standouts were Sakurain, Ashido, and Hagakure, who easily completed the test due to their own flexibility. Sit-ups were next and it seemed like there was a competition between Midoriya, Sakurain, Shinso, Kirishima, Ashido, and Bakugo as they kept going past the called time. Aizawa just let them continue, curious to see who would tap out first. That right went to Ashido, followed by Sakurain. He took the class back outside for the final two tests. For the side jumps, only Bakugo had an impressive score. The ash blonde used his quirk in a rhythm to easily outperform everyone else. And he was very vocal about his minor triumph. Last was the long-distance run. The main standouts were Yaoyorozu and Iida. Yaoyorozu had created an electric bike, letting her easily sail past the others while Iida was a natural runner and managed to keep up with the heiress. Midoriya and Shinso kept neck and neck until Midoriya used Vitality to give himself a minor recovery to his stamina, allowing him to outlast his friend. All right, I'm going to show you all your scores together. Going one at a time is just irrational and I want this to be over with. Aizawa said to them all as he tapped away at his phone. A holographic projection emerged from the device. Everyone gathered closer to get a better look. Momo was surprised at her placement. I placed first, she simply stated. She began to smile brightly as Izuku and Shoka stood next to her. Not surprising, Shoka stated matter-of-factly. Congrats, Momo, Izuku said to the onyx-eyed Ravenet. Momo began to blush at the words of her two friends, her heart beating faster as they continued to speak to her. Trying to keep her feelings in check at the moment, she decided to turn their attention elsewhere. Thank you, but let's not discount Izuku's placement. It was Izuku's turn to blush as the two Ravenets began to congratulate him. He had placed second overall. Well, let's not forget Shoka. She placed fourth, he said. Izuku looked around and saw Shinso looking at the projection still. He pulled his friend over into the group and shifted the attention to him, and Shinso got sixth. Shinso groaned but smiled nonetheless at his friend's antics. He looked around and saw they were missing a person. Izuku, Shoka, and Momo noticed as well, and the group looked around for Kyoka. They saw her keeping some distance away from them. The four walked up to her as she spoke up. Sorry guys, not exactly my best showing this time around. They all double-checked the board and saw Kyoka only placed 17th. And Shinso questioned her. Kyoka turned to face the Indigoat, her eyes filled with some frustration. That didn't deter Shinso, who continued to speak. Gotta start from somewhere. Izuku and I had to work our asses off just to get where we were. He's right, Izuku picked up where Shinso left off. The two of us got stronger together. And then Shoka joined us and we all worked together from there on out. And when we needed more help, Momo joined the party and gave us a boost, Shoka added. Kyoka quirked a brow, wondering where this was going. Noticing her confusion, Momo spoke up next. What we mean is, we all improved because of each other. And you're our friend, and that means we will help you too. Kyoka smirked. Guess that means you're stuck with me then, yeah. The four of them smiled at her as Izuku spoke up. Welcome to the A crew, Kyoka. The group's interaction did not go unnoticed by a certain Ash Blonde. He seethed. Third, beeping third to Ponytail and Deku. He clenched his fist, small explosions popping off as he did so. He wasn't the only one angry about his placement. Todoroki stared at the projection. At his placement in the exams. 20th. Before the bicolor-haired youth did anything, Aizawa addressed the class. Everyone, you're done. Get changed and do whatever you want, the rest of the day is yours. Aizawa turned and left the group on their own, but stopped and addressed them one last time. To those at the bottom, it doesn't mean you're out. It means you're on the chopping block. Use this as the motivator to improve yourselves. As he finished, he continued on his way back to the main building. He passed by a tree on his way, with Toshinori waiting for the underground hero. I must say, that was a sight to see, Aizawa. He really lit a fire under your students. The disguised no. One hero said. Make it quick, Yagi. My work isn't done and I have something I need to look into, Aizawa replied, nearly snapping at his coworker. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and continued speaking, and I feel it already giving me a headache. Sorry, Aizawa. I simply came by here to see what your teaching process was like. I wanted a reference for when I teach my first class on Wednesday. Toshinori explained. While your reputation as a tough teacher is well earned, I know you take your role as an instructor seriously. I wanted to see how you handled a lesson like the one you just gave. Aizawa begrudgingly nodded his head at Toshinori's words. If that's all, Yagi, I'll be going now. The underground hero began to walk away before Toshinori could say anything else. The number one hero let the man go and turned his attention back to the hero course students as they all began to make their way back to the locker rooms. He smiled as he witnessed the interaction Izuku had with his coursemates. And once again, he felt a connection to the Verdette through his quirk. Yes, I believe you are the one, young Midoriya. Back at Heights Alliance, Izuku, Shoka, and Momo were currently in their rooms. Each of them trying to figure out how to word a message asking for help for their current predicament. They had hoped to avoid this situation altogether, choosing to focus on it later. But since Aizawa had ended class early, it was all they could think about. Come on Izuku, just ask him if you can drop by for advice. You always went to him when you needed it before, so why is this time any different? Izuku paced around his room. He went to grab his phone, before walking away from it for the 5th time. It was an interesting dance if one were to observe it. He would walk in a straight line for a minute, go to his phone only to walk away and start again. He continued his manic pacing for several more minutes before he stopped and looked at his mural. Izuku's eyes traced every single piece of art on his wall, each one bringing up a mini memory for him. His gaze then ended at the signature he, Shoka, and Momo painted onto the wall. He took a deep breath and walked over to his phone. And his message was sent. Okay, this isn't hard. Just message the guy, Shoka. Shoka was lying down on her bed, staring at the ceiling. She huffed as she hadn't moved from her spot, her phone sitting in her hand waiting for her input. He was there to help you out when you needed it, and he can help you again if you just ask. But she continued to lay there, not moving an inch or trying to send the message she needed to send. Shoka sat up, huffing once more. The Ravenette turned her head and looked at the collage of pictures on the wall next to the bed. Each one captured a different moment from the past year. So many different days she spent with Izuku, Shinso, and Momo. Shoka brought her phone up and opened Hero Scramble, going to her team-ups section. Only 2 agencies were there. And they were the only 2 that mattered to her. Boonie Might and Lady Materia. Izuku and Momo. Gah, this is just so weird. Shoka stared at her phone and threw caution to the wind. And so she asked for help. Momo was sitting at her desk, frantically reading and rereading one of her novels, trying her best to find anything to help her muster her courage. And found nothing. She had the man's number. He was kind enough to offer it to her, saying if she needed anything at all, she could contact him. And she desperately wanted his advice. He knew her 2 friends the best, so who better to help her understand what she was feeling. Come now, Momo. You are a Yaoyorozu. You are looking to be a hero. This should not scare you. Her phone still sat at the corner of her desk, next to a framed picture. And she began to focus on that picture. A selfie Shoka had sent her that she had printed out. The first day she, Izuku, and Shoka spent together by themselves. It was of them, sitting on a rooftop overlooking the city. She was leaning on Izuku with Shoka leaning back onto him as she took the picture. Momo smiled as the memory came back to her. And that was all she needed to do what must be done. And with that, she sent her message asking for help. Cafe Wildcat. Mr. H was currently relaxing at his cafe. The day was an easy one and everything was all right in his books. On the counter he was leaning on as he drank his coffee, was BK, RK, and SK in a small pile with BK in the middle of the other 2 cats. LK was sleeping away on his bed near them, choosing to ignore his friends. The cafe owner smiled at the interaction and began to think about how his other cats were doing on their first day. And then he heard his phone go off. He dug through his pocket and pulled out his phone, interested to see who messaged him. He smirked as he saw the name of the sender. Well, ain't this a surprise? I was just thinking about you, phones. The coffee maker said out loud. He tapped the notification to open it, quirking a brow as he read through the messages he had just gotten. Phones. Hey Mr. H. I need some advice. About Shoka and Momo. Phones. I think I have feelings for both of them, but I'm confused and frustrated with myself at the same time. Phones. Please, let me know if you are free to meet up. I really need your help understanding all of this. Dang, phones. Not something I expected to happen as quickly as it did, but I can understand why you may be frustrated at yourself. Mr. H thought as he read the messages. He was about to reply, letting his mentee know he was free to drop by later so they could talk when another set of messages came through. This time from Shoka. Showcat. Sup Mr. H. Showcat. Look, I could use some advice. Showcat. So here's the thing. I think I have a thing for Izuku. And Momo. Showcat. Think I can pop on by for a cup and some wisdom. Okay. I was really not expecting this so soon. Mr. H said to himself. He was about to go back to message Izuku when he stopped himself. He kept his eyes on his phone, brought up his other hand, and began to count down. As soon as he hit 0, his phone chimed once more. This time because of Momo. Ponytail. Good afternoon, Mr. H. Ponytail. I find myself dealing with some confusing feelings for Izuku and Shoka. Ponytail. And while I believe these feelings to be natural, I am lost on what to do. Ponytail. You told me that if I need it, I can come to you for advice. I would like to take you up on that if you would be so kind. Cripes. Kids work fast these days. The man muttered. He looked at the 3 cats in the pile. What he saw didn't really surprise him. BK, RK, and SK all seemed to have a smug look on their faces. All right, so you 3 were right, he said to the animals. They all just meowed in their own way of saying, told you so, before returning to their little cuddle pile. Mr. H snorted in laughter and shook his head. He looked back at his phone and sent the 3 messages telling them to drop by later today. Once the messages were sent, he pocketed his phone and returned to his drink. Gonna be a real interesting evening. Blink. Psych type. Jumper. Blink allows Izuku to make several jumps blindly in a 15 meters radius. As long as his jump is within that radius, he can continue to do so with little issue until Blink is drained. Limit of 7 jumps before a 1-minute recharge. Jumps cannot go through solid objects. Making a jump outside that radius requires line of sight and comes at the cost of more energy being used and possible nausea and headaches. Musudafu Streets, Monday. As the evening sun began to set on the busy streets of Musudafu, as the lingering crowds dispersed and made their way to their homes, as heroes patrolled the concrete jungle and maintained the peaceful ambiance, 3 young souls walked to the beat of rhythmic footfalls and hopeful hearts as they fell in step together. "So, we all had the same idea, huh?" Shoka asked, cutting through the tension. Izuku and Momo nodded robotically, their minds working in sync. At first, the 3 believed that they all coincidentally had somewhere or something to do off campus. They even left without changing out of their uniforms. They even found it funny. And then they all got on the same bus. And got off at the same station. And started to make their way to the same destination. They didn't find it funny anymore. The 3 found it to be rather awkward as they began to think the same thing. Mr. H must have planned this. Were you two trying to make sense of? Izuku began to gesture to all of them, this too. Shoka and Momo nodded as one, a pink blush dusting their cheeks. Things went silent again as the 3 continued their trek. "Here is hoping that Mr. H will help with our situation," Momo said thoughtfully. The 3 came to a silent understanding after that, mostly because it was just too awkward to talk. They couldn't even look each other in the eyes at the moment without their nerves acting up. As they walked, the buildings began to shift and change as they crossed into the district where the cafe was at. When the small coffee shop appeared around the corner, a sense of relief washed over the 3 as they quickly picked up the pace. Izuku opened the door for the 2 ravenettes, the bell above the door ringing as he did. Shoka and Momo whispered their thanks, still finding it too strange to talk to each other, and made their way inside. The 3 were confused by the sight of BK, RK, and SK waiting for them in their usual seats, just watching the door as the 3 young adults entered the shop. They noticed the music was playing, creating a calm atmosphere that helped the 3 relax a bit. Mr. H stood at his spot behind the counter, setting down several cups in front of the chairs, and addressed the 3. "Well, don't just stand there. Come into my office and sit down," Mr. H said as he gestured to the chairs occupied by the cats. The 3 hero students crossed the room and made it to their seats, letting the cats move out of the way before they perched themselves on the humans. Izuku sat in the middle, with BK nestling into his fluffy hair. Shoka sat at his right as RK took up her lap, and Momo took the seat to his left as SK draped herself around Momo's shoulders. The 3 took their cups and began to drink tentatively from them, hoping to calm their nerves. Mr. H watched on in amusement before he decided to get the ball rolling. "All right, so let's get this started. You all have feelings for each other and don't know what to do," he said, with as much tact as a brick through a window. Shoka groaned and lowered her head, wishing she had brought her hoodie to hide in. Izuku froze in place as he just stared at his cup of coffee. Momo brought her hands to her cheeks as her blush intensified. Mr. H just had a smug smirk on his face as he slowly took a drink from his own cup of coffee. He waited for the 3 young adults in front of him to pick it up from there, but it seemed they would rather beat around the bush than face the issue. After a minute of silence, Mr. H sighed and decided he needed to lead the conversation. "Okay, look, feelings happen. Having feelings for someone is great. You 3 have feelings for each other." He stopped and checked to see if the 3 were following him. The 3 nodded while avoiding looking at each other. "And you all don't know what to do now, or what the next step even is, right?" "Yeah, right. Indeed." Mr. H closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "And a few more for good measure. All right, so, here's what's going to happen. You all talk about this together," he said as he looked at each of them. "With honesty." Mr. H spread his arms out. "The floor is yours, young ones." Mr. H had expected them to start talking after a bit. He didn't expect them to sit there in silence for several minutes. He watched them each try and strike up a conversation, only to stop themselves and go quiet again. Okay, phones, you start, Mr. H said, tired of the inaction. Izuku blinked owlishly at his mentor and pointed at himself. Mr. H nodded and stepped back from the counter, taking his drink with him, more than happy to watch things play out. The kids needed to figure this out themselves. And knowing them, they could take a while to build up the courage to actually talk about it. He was just there to keep them on track. And for entertainment, Izuku took a deep breath and looked at the two girls sitting next to him. He felt BK pat him in support from the perch on the verdette's head. With whatever courage he built up, he worked with. Oh okay. Well, I guess S Shoka, M Momo. I just want to. What I mean to say is. Izuku tried to say as he kept fumbling his words. He began to wring his hands together, trying anything to keep busy and to focus on something as his discomfort grew. He felt two hands place themselves on top of his and he began to calm down at the touch of the two ravenettes. Izuku took another deep breath. Shoka, Momo, I have feelings for both of you, he declared with an odd mixture of confidence and nervousness. The cafe grew quiet after he said his piece. Shoka kept glancing away as a blush formed on her face, the slender ravenette not expecting such an outburst as she still held on to Izuku. Momo was no better. She brought a hand to her cheek as the words resounded in her mind while her other hand still sat on Izuku's. It's just I enjoy spending time with you two. Everything about you two just sort of clicks with me when we do. Between Shoka's wit and her confidence, and your intelligence and sincerity, Momo. I just feel lucky that I even got a chance to know you both, even if we never met in person and just stayed friends on Hero Scramble. That's how much you two mean to me. Izuku paused as he built up the last bit of courage to say his next bit. His eyes clenched shut as he spoke, choking up a little as he did, and I'm scared. Scared that I'll miss out on something more with both of you. But at the same time, I feel selfish, for not wanting to lose either of you. Izuku explained. He didn't say any more, being careful not to say something to embarrass himself further. BK began to nuzzle him, rubbing his cheeks against the top of Izuku's head to help comfort him. I like you too. Both of you. Like, a lot. Izuku and Momo turned to look at Shoka who only looked down at the counter. Izzy, you never gave up on me. And you listened to me, even when it was the little things. You always go the extra mile for me it seems. And Momo, well, I already said you were like the sweetest person I know and I meant it. You're always considerate and kind and, well, sweet. The two of you can just chill with me all day, and it feels like the best day I ever had. You two, just make things fun and I always look forward to when we hang out. You're both dorks, but you're my dorks, she finished with a soft smile. She glanced over at their hands as she felt Izuku and Momo both gripped hers in a warm gesture. I believe I am next. Momo started as she willed herself to look at her two friends. I don't think I really have the words to convey how much you two mean to me, but I shall do my best. Izuku, you have only ever been honest with me. And when I was feeling unsure of myself, you always seemed to find a way to help me see what I couldn't. And Shoka, despite my lack of, shall I say, understanding of what is normal, my lack of social awareness, you were patient with me. And welcomed me as your friend when we first met. Momo lowered her gaze and spoke softly, you both treated me not by my family's name. You only ever saw me as Momo. And I couldn't ask for more. The three sat there, having said what they felt needed to be said. All the while they kept their hands together. Mr. H watched on with a smile on his face as they got through what would be the hard part. Honesty with yourself can certainly be daunting. Now they just had to figure out the next one. Better get them started. Mr. H cleared his throat, garnering the attention of the burgeoning throuple. All right, the hard part is done. Now you need to figure out what comes next. Mr. H set his empty cup by the sink and made his way to the back. He turned around to address the group once more. I will give you all some privacy to figure this out. He left the shop, leaving the three alone. They were looking at one another, trying to figure out what to say when Mr. H popped his head out through the doorway, and needless to say, no hanky-panky. Keep it PG while I'm gone. He ducked out before they could respond. Shoka stared at the door with an unamused expression, her hands robotically scratching RK's head. Izuku groaned and slumped down, BK mimicking his actions while Momo looked slightly mortified at the prospect, her cheeks heating up once more. SK began to nuzzle against her, trying to calm her down. Another minute passed as the three gathered themselves for the next part of their forced talk. Izuku decided to be the brave one and asked the right question, so. How do we make this work? He stuttered out. Well, Momo replied, we are all attracted to each other, though I will be honest, my attraction to you, Izuku, is stronger than my attraction to Shoka. But still, I am attracted to her. Same boat here, but that's because I know Izuku better. And we know you're attracted to both of us, Izzy. Shoka supplied. They all let their words sink in, making sure nothing was misunderstood. So, we just treat this as a regular relationship but with 3 people instead of 2? Izuku asked. He was honestly the one who was the most lost in this. He never imagined dating someone, let alone getting a girlfriend anytime soon. And to make it happen with not 1, but 2 girls, both of whom were his friends. His extremely beautiful, smart, and wonderful friends. Izuku was waiting for the other shoe to drop. His luck wasn't that good. He was starting to wonder what they actually saw in him. If they were honest with their words. He felt his hands getting squeezed and he broke out of his self-deprecating thoughts. Izzy, no, Shoka chided him. I know that look, that's the look of you thinking you're not good enough. Momo gave him a look of concern. Izuku, do you really think that you wouldn't be good enough for either of us? The verdette gave a weak nod. The part of me that has been built up over the last few years believes I am who I am, and that makes me worth something. But the foundation of years of torment and breaking down my esteem that this new me has been replacing, says otherwise, Izuku said dejectedly. The girls were about to say something when Izuku continued, but, no matter what, I want to try at least. To keep building up a better me. He gave the girls a bright smile, causing them to blush as he kept talking. Because as long as I am the best me I can be, that means no matter what, I am giving you both my all. As he finished, Shoka gave him an affectionate smirk while Momo's lips quirked into a soft smile. I know I haven't always taken life into my own hands. That I shirked away at any chance of making my own choice. Shoka said. She looked at Izuku and Momo. But I'm willing to give this a chance. We just have to make it work. The gray-eyed Ravenet declared. Momo gave her a determined nod. Right, as long as we put in the effort. To treat each other as equals, then we have nothing to fear. The 3 shared looks with one another, regarding each other in a new light. As they fell into a comfortable silence, Izuku spoke up. So, we're giving this a try. Shoka tilted her head as she squeezed their hands. Yeah, let's give this a shot. Me and my 2 adorable nerds, together. Of course, I would love to explore where this goes with the 2 of you. Momo agreed while giving the 2 a warm look. Izuku nodded and blushed. Right. Together then. Bout time. The newly formed throuple looked to see Mr. H leaning against the back door with a wide smirk. He put his hands in his pockets as he walked over to the counter where the 3 were sitting. Guess my job is done then. He said with a shrug. Thanks for the help, Mr. H, Izuku said as he smiled at his mentor. Mr. H nonchalantly waved his hand. Didn't really do much. You just needed someone there to get the ball rolling. This happened because of you 3. Because you want to work for it, and that's what matters. You don't need my say in this. That being said, I think y'all make a great throuple, he said as he went to refill their cups. The 3 young adults spent some time just relaxing in the quiet cafe, chatting with each other and spending time with their feline companions. As their cups were emptied, they bid Mr. H and the cats farewell and began to make their way back to UA. They walked down the streets of Musudafu as night began to set in throughout the city. As they neared the station to take them back to the university, Izuku stopped, causing Shoka and Momo to turn to look at him, confused. An idea popped into his head and he wanted to act on it before he lost his courage. That and he wasn't ready to return to the dorms just yet. Hey, do you 2 want to take the scenic route back? He asked. We still got some time before curfew. The two girls looked at each other and then back to him. Shoka moved to his right and Momo to his left as they took his hands into theirs, though Shoka maintained her composure better than the other two who blushed. Izuku turned red enough that steam could be seen billowing from his head. "Gee, great," Izuku said, trying his hardest to stay calm and collected. He began to lead the two to the place he had in mind. The streets were empty, with only a few night owls and patrolling heroes passing by every now and then. It helped them ease into being affectionate with one another, even in something as simple as holding hands since there weren't too many eyes on them. And the few people that did see them either paid them no mind or seemed to subtly give them nods of understanding. For nearly 30 minutes the three enjoyed their time together as they walked. There was little conversation between them, only needing to be near each other to make time pass them by. The buildings began to shift into familiar shapes as Shoka recognized the route they were taking. She glanced at Izuku out of the corner of her eyes and sent him a smirk. And he returned it with a smile that made her heart skip a beat. Soon the road led to a large open area to their right, as the buildings gave way to the open night sky. Momo perked up at the sounds of waves washing over the shore. The throuple stopped at the stairs leading to the clean Takoba beach, the pure sand standing as a testament to the time and effort of the three teens who cleaned it. Izuku descended the stairs and held a hand out for both of the ravenettes. Shoka took it first and made her way down, followed by Momo who mimicked her actions. The three looked out over the ocean as the waves continued to move with the rhythm of the tide. The rising moon sat just above the horizon as it reflected off of the dark blue waters. It provided enough light to the world around them, allowing Izuku to take in every detail of the two girls in front of him. His heart beat faster as he prepared himself for what was next. "Shoka, Momo." The two girls turned around as he addressed them. They could see the nervousness in his expression, and how he stood rigidly as he looked into their eyes. "Thank you, both of you, for coming into my life when you did. I wanted these next words to have some meaning to them." He looked back at the beach around them, "and this place has a lot of meaning to me. So I want to give it one more." He stepped up to the two ravenettes and took their hands into his blush becoming more and more visible in the moonlight as he did. His eyes were filled with determination as he spoke. "Why, you two helped make my world seem a little bit bigger. And I promise that I will give everything my all, for both of you and for myself," Izuku said, maintaining his composure. He took a moment to calm himself, and gave the two girls the brightest smile they had seen, causing their hearts to beat faster at the warmth behind it. "So, here's to the future and to how much our worlds will grow together." Shoka and Momo looked at the verdette, his words resounding in their hearts as he continued to give them his bright smile. The two ravenettes looked at each other as they came to a silent understanding. They stepped a bit closer to Izuku, who tilted his head at their actions. "Well, I guess we should seal the deal then," Shoka said. She took a tentative step closer to Izuku, her heart beating like a drum as the distance between them was reduced to nothing. She bit her lip, pausing for just a second to settle her nerves. She knew she had to be the one to make the first move. Her two dorks would be too shy to actually try it. And so she leaned in, letting go of his hand, and wrapped her arms around his neck to pull him to her. Their lips locked. Their inexperience didn't matter to them as the passion and intensity more than made up for it in their minds. Izuku matched Shoka's enthusiasm, wrapping his arms around her waist, and pulled her in, pressing her body against his. His mind had started to go into overdrive as he felt her beats press against his chest. After what felt like minutes of bliss, they leaned back, breaking away from his lips. She gave the verdette a sultry look and decided to tease him further and licked her lips as she gave him a smirk, making a show of it. Izuku felt his heart stop for a moment before beating again. Momo had watched the whole thing, never taking her eyes off of the two for a second. She blushed until she was iridescent. She brought her hands together, trying her best to hide her mouth, which was slightly agape, as she watched Shoka's final action, getting a rise out of her and Izuku. Shoka gave her a brief glimpse and gently pulled the heiress closer to Izuku. She and Izuku just stood there, unsure what to really do or who should move first. Shoka gave the two an amused look as she moved behind Momo and bumped the taller ravenet with her hips, sending Momo into Izuku's arms. Their lips were inches apart, allowing the two to get a rather intimate look at one another. Momo began to get flustered until she felt Izuku pull her closer to him at a slow pace. She moved to wrap her arms around his neck, her body moving automatically, and the two leaned closer together. This time Izuku took the plunge. Momo melted into the kiss as Izuku began to savor the feeling of her lips against his. Momo was more tentative with her kiss, but it carried the same passion behind it that Shoka's had. They broke apart several times, only to reconnect with several briefer kisses as Momo proved to be rather needy by the fact she kept pulling him back in. They ended their lip lock and Momo pressed her forehead against Izuku's. She closed her eyes in content as a warm smile radiated from her lips. They stood there for a moment before Momo finally leaned back. She gave Izuku one more look and softly giggled at his elated expression. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw Shoka doing her best to maintain her cool, the slender ravenet constantly looking back and forth between the two of them and the space around them. Izuku gave the two ravenets a look and reminded himself that they were all together now and that they should be comfortable with one another. So he put a hand on Momo's shoulders and nudged her to Shoka. Momo moved robotically to Shoka, her heart beginning to beat once more as she was reminded that, yes, she was certainly attracted to both of her lovers. Boyfriend and girlfriend. That sounded right to her. They would have to work out what they were to consider each other at this point. Shoka was having similar thoughts as she looked at the heiress. Whatever courage she mustered was slowly waning as they two stared into each other's eyes. Momo decided to be the brave one and made the first move. She took Shoka's hands into her own, gently pulling the shorter ravenet closer as both of their faces had a shade of red dusting their cheeks. Shoka met her halfway, stood on her toes, and gave the heiress a quick peck on the lips. The two smiled at the other and leaned in for another kiss, this one a bit deeper, testing the waters further. They learned that, yes, there was a strong attraction there. But the other one they felt deep in their hearts was tugging at them, and they turned their heads, curious to see a certain verdette's reaction. Shoka smirked while Momo covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Izuku stood there, enraptured at the sight of the two ravenets, a heavy blush on his face and steam erupting from him. The two girls made their way over to him, slightly worried about him, and could hear him mutter, but he was speaking too fast for even Shoka to understand him. They did manage to make out a few words. Pretty, girls, and kiss were the most notable, and not always in that order or tense. Hey, Izzy, Shoka asked as she put a hand on his chest. The verdette shook his head as he returned to the world around him. He gave the two several back and forth glances as he began to pick up the pieces. I was staring, wasn't I? He asked worriedly. Shoka tried not to laugh. She really did, PFF'd. And she failed. Izzy, she said softly. Pretty sure we all stared. You're not alone in that. Quite, Momo added, making her opinion known. I believe I speak for all of us when I say this, Zuzu, that we all enjoyed seeing each other be intimate in this regard. As she finished her piece, Izuku and Shoka spared the other a look and nodded at Momo's assessment. Then her nickname for Izuku registered with them and they looked at the heiress for clarification. She began to blush at the sudden attention, knowing full well they noticed her little slip up. She brought a hand to her cheek, looking away from the two as she quietly explained, well. Shoka calls you Izzy, and I didn't want to take away her name for you. Izuku had a dopey grin on his face as he began to sit down on the sand. He stared out at the ocean, the calm waves doing what was natural and creating a rhythm for him to follow. He felt the ground around him shift as Shoka and Momo took their spots next to him. The two girls surprised him as they leaned their bodies into him, Shoka leaning her whole body back and cradling herself into his chest as Momo rested her head on his shoulder. Izuku was unsure what to do but acted anyway. He wrapped an arm around the two girls which caused them to stiffen at his touch before relaxing once more and leaning into him further. They sat there in silence, letting the night create the ambiance for them as they took the time to enjoy the moment. Before long, Izuku asked a question that would help them be on the same page regarding their relationship. Just to be clear, both of you are my girlfriends, right? Before he could travel down that rabbit hole, he felt two pairs of lips on his cheeks, breaking him out of his thoughts. As the girls broke away, he saw them give him soft smiles. I'd like to think so, Shoka replied, taking his hand into hers and giving it a squeeze. I think we all lucked out today. I would have to agree with Shoka. But it's nice to hear it nonetheless. She took his other hand into hers and gave him a quick kiss on the lips and spoke to him. Midoriya Izuku, you are my boyfriend, something I am more than happy to say. She managed to say. She looked at Shoka and gave her a quick peck on her lips, not wanting to leave her out, and spoke to the slender Ravenet next, and Sakurain Shoka, I am happy to call you my girlfriend as well. Same. Gotta say, getting to call the two most adorable people my boyfriend and girlfriend does feel really good to say. Shoka said teasingly. The two girls blushed as they felt Izuku hold them closer, his arms embracing them further. I guess that's that then. They hear him say. I just wanted to be sure. I never imagined getting to say I have a girlfriend. But to say I have two of the most beautiful, intelligent, not to mention one as sweet and the other snarky, girls I could have ever hoped to meet, it just seems like a dream. With a newfound understanding, the throuple spent the rest of their free time chatting away, the night moving on as they did. They soon started their trek back to UA, hoping to avoid curfew as they were beginning to push their time limit. They had just seemed to forget about something rather important. Oh, my gosh, you three became a thing. An overly excited Mina cheered from her spot in the lounge area. She had seen them all leave together, and her shipping senses began to tingle. She hadn't moved from her sport from the couch, just waiting for them to return. Toru joined in with Mina as they bombarded the newly formed throuple with questions, much to their growing dismay. They looked for any way out of their situation as their relationship became the focus for those still awake. Shinso sat at the tables and lifted his cup at his three friends to congratulate them, with Kyoka doing the same. He was just glad it finally happened. Shiro and Kaminari just looked at Izuku, both praising him and cursing his luck. Hiroshima just shouted. Manly, though no one could figure out if it was for Izuku or just the three of them getting together in general. Ashido, please give Midoriya, Sakurain, and Yaoyorozu some space. Iida chided as he made his way over to the group. And please don't butt your way into their budding relationship. Mina quickly turned around, and her next actions unsettled the group. She gripped the brunette's shoulders tightly as she brought him down to her level, a wicked and unsettling smile plastered onto her face as she just stared at him. You will not take this away from me, Iida. I will have my deets and celebrate my new friends as they become a thing while also living vicariously through them. UA, Tuesday. School life was a relatively normal routine to get into. Classes were not what you would have expected. Each course at UA had a standard lesson plan to follow. For the hero course of 1A, their class followed this setup: mathematics, English, and history on Mondays and Wednesdays, and literature, science, and hero art history on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Friday would switch between the two blocks each week. Their sister class of 1B would have the inverse for their school week. The final lesson on those days would be a chosen elective should the student want to take one, which would look good on their resumes for future jobs, and heroics. Electives would be at the end of the day on Mondays and Tuesdays, but since most students skipped out on an elective, this meant the students who chose to take one were given a good amount of time and dedication by their instructor, making the lessons much more memorable and worthwhile. Heroics would be on Wednesday for 1A and Thursday for 1B, with Friday being a joint class for both. Both hero classes would have a 2-hour block dedicated to their instructors to teach them hero law and anything else they thought would be pertinent to their students, whether it was extra training or quirk sessions, or reviews of past cases or hero operations. And so, despite school officially starting on a Tuesday, that meant 1A had to hit the ground running. With the majority of the class filled with energy due to Izuku manning his coffee station at the start of the morning, it made handling literature with Smintos much easier. While the pro-hero was passionate about his lesson, he could be rather dry with it. But they could find some enjoyment in it. It just took a while to do so. Science was relatively normal. They didn't have a pro-hero come to teach them. Instead, it was a regular scientist who took their job seriously. After all, science had the potential to do good and lead to advancement, or it could lead to regression if misused. This was the class Momo truly excelled at, taking the time to help explain certain advanced concepts her classmates didn't understand or making the effort to answer any and all questions from their instructor. Izuku and Shoka couldn't help but smile at her bouncy personality coming to the forefront as she was in her element. Where science was Momo's domain, hero art history with Midnight was Izuku's. Thanks to a combination of all the time spent with Mr. H discussing art in all of its forms and his evident hero nerd side, he set the bar for the class. A rather high one that most couldn't really clear. And that seemed to catch Midnight's attention, much to his own embarrassment. He spent most of the class finding either the floor or wall rather interesting while he still answered questions. That didn't deter Midnight though, as she began to up her game and innuendos as the class progressed. Neither did the glares Shoka and Momo sent her way. Whether she ignored them or just didn't notice them, it didn't seem to matter to the R-rated hero. She was saved by the bell for lunch though. UA's cafeteria was a large and open room, with plenty of tables for the first-year student body as they got the first lunch block. What made the cafeteria run so efficiently was the fact the food was handled by the cook hero, Lunch Rush, along with a small cooking staff to help him keep things running. Lunch Rush had an odd look but one that was simple and played into his aesthetics. He wore a large, white chef's hat that covered his head and face. The only thing visible was the gray tubes of a mask flowing from the hem of the hat and draping over his shoulder. He completed his look with a standard white chef's uniform, with his sleeves rolled up, and wearing a pair of white gloves. Not much is known about his quirk, but that didn't stop Izuku from asking the pro-hero many questions about it. He even made sure to turn his questions into ones that could be answered with a thumbs up or thumbs down, as the pro-hero didn't really talk. He was only stopped when Shoka came up to him with Momo, the two Ravenettes dragging him away as they shook their heads fondly at their boyfriend's antics and nerdy side. Izuku still remembered his manners and thanked the cook hero for his meal as he was pulled away, earning him an appreciative thumbs up. The throuple found an empty table and set their meals down, ready to dig in. Classes seem good so far, Shoka commented before she took a bite of her rice. She savored the simple meal as she mixed in her vegetables and fish, adding to the flavor. Did I ever thank you for helping us with all that science stuff back in the day, Momo? If not, then thank you. You big beautiful brain you. Momo giggled at Shoka's words, using a hand to cover her mouth as she did. Of course, Shoka, it was my pleasure. Another set of trays was placed at their table. The three looked up and saw Shinso and Kyoka join them, with Iida, Mina, and Toru joining them soon after. Agreed. Yaomomo is a lifesaver for all that science moon speak. Mina declared. My brain just turned to mush after the first 10 minutes. The Pinkett slumped her head against the table as she ruminated on their class. Izuku took pity on the girl and offered her an olive branch. If it helps Mina, Momo and I can help you with your school work. Momo gave an affirmative nod at the suggestion, her eyes lighting up at the thought of more study sessions with her friends. He looked up and addressed the rest of the table. That goes for everyone else as well. You can ask Shoka and Shinso about our results. The two in question just gave a thumbs up and a nod before returning to their food. Mina seemed to teleport in between Izuku and Momo and pulled them into a hug, tears of joy pouring from her eyes as she cheered, "Thank you." The table chuckled at the energetic Pinkett and she went back to her seat. Gotta say, lit could be a little better. Kyoka joined in the conversation. I know, right, like, I gets Mentos-sensei is a man made of cement, I just didn't think he would make his lesson as dry as a rock too. Toru said with her arms moving dramatically. Her joke was accompanied by Mina rapping on the table and finishing it off by mimicking the sound of a cymbal. Iida balked at their revelry. Ashido, Hagakure. Please, the fact that we are being taught in a prestigious academy by proper heroes is an honor. And while, yes, his lesson could stand to be more engaging, we must be thankful to learn from such a font of knowledge. That joke sank like a sack of rocks. 4 out of 10, Shinso commented as he ate his meal. Better than Acquaintance, that's for sure, Izuku added, remembering MT. Lady's debut line. The table, sans Shoka, just stared at Izuku and Shinso as if the two grew an additional head. The two friends gave them nothing as they continued to eat. After a while of the group waiting for an answer, Shinso relented, Part of my fighting style relies on quips and barbs to get control of someone with my quirk. I learned to appreciate jokes, even bad puns. But I judge those harshly. The group gave a collective O and continued to eat their food. Their discussion shifted to the other lesson they had that day, much to the enjoyment of some and the displeasure of two. Midnight Sensei's class was fun though. Toru started saying, I didn't realize how much art and media played into the aspects of heroics. Toru began to do several heroic poses as she sat in her chair, joined by Mina soon after as the two energetic girls turned it into a game by making the cheesiest pose they could think of. Yeah, you wouldn't think it would, Izuku replied, chuckling at their antics. But you have to consider things like merchandise, our images as heroes, and things like that. All of that affects how people will see us, so we have to be aware of certain things. So says the art nerd, Kyoka said with a smirk. It's no wonder you're Midnight's favorite in class. Mind giving us some pointers next time? That isn't even the most impressive part. It's amazing how you were able to critique artwork while never taking your eyes off of the wall and floor, right Izuku? Mina said, teasing the verdette. Izuku lowered his head, blushing at the memory and trying his best to keep his cool. Mina smiled at the verdette's reaction and turned her attention to the two girls next to him. Shoka's expression was a sour one, a pout forming on her lips while Momo had a distant look in her eyes, her hand gripping her chopsticks tightly enough to cause them to crack. Mina decided to hold off on teasing the three for the moment. She swore the two Ravenettes sent a death glare her way. That might have played a part in her decision-making. Speaking of a hero's image, I know her persona is a thing, but I didn't expect Midnight to be, well, her, during class, Shinso said. It was little, much. Iida conceded. Though she knows my brother, so I grew up with her being around the house every now and then. I may be used to some of her antics. Well, how do we think our course instruction will go? Momo said, moving the conversation along. She sent a glance to her two partners and Shinso, hoping to get some form of personal knowledge from them, only to see them all shrug. They had only experienced Aizawa the drill instructor, not Aizawa the teacher. Though they had a feeling those two things might not be so different. Izuku brought a hand to his chin as he thought. From what we all know of Aizawa-sensei, it could be something practical. But that's just a guess. Basically, expect the worst, and hope for the best with Aizawa, Shinso added. At least it's the last class for the day. I can't wait to unwind a bit when we get back to the dorm. Mina said, looking at everyone, trying to see who would be open to hanging out. I wish I could, Mina, but I have my elective after our course instruction, Momo said with some sadness. I'm sorry too, Mina. Shinso and I are taking the same elective, so we won't be back until later. Izuku explained. Mina slumped over dejectedly. Ah, boo. Shoka shook her head, smiling at the pinkett. I got you, Pinky. Mina's mood quickly switched as she raised her arms up in victory. She, Shoka, and Toru began to plan out their hangout time as Iida looked over to the other three at the table. And what electives did you three decide to take? He asked. He nudged his glasses as he shared his chosen elective. I chose to take a course over agency management. I decided to learn operational tactics and command for myself, Momo said with a smile. With how versatile my quirk is, I need to learn how to apply myself accordingly. She spared a glance at Izuku and smiled. That, and I am working with a recommendation from a trusted source. Izuku rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. When Iida turned his attention to him, the verdette explained the course he and Shinso planned to take. Shinso and I decided to learn criminal investigation and procedure. We both decided to study it even before we were accepted here. Iida nodded in understanding. He brought a hand to his chin, thinking about the class. And what brought this on? Shinso looked at Iida. Since I am going to become an underground hero, being able to investigate cases is a must. That, and since I will be infiltrating criminal and villain groups, I need to understand how to pick up on even the smallest things that will help with a case. The Indigoat explained. I'm the same to some degree, Izuku interjected. I'm hoping that certain aspects and methods can be applied to other things in our field without much issue. Plus we will often be asked to help assist the police with cases or have to build up our own. It's better to have an understanding of what should be done on and off the field. Plus, while I don't really think highly of Endeavor, flaming pile of shit he is, Shinso interrupted, only to be called out by Iida for his language. While I don't have a high opinion of Endeavor, he is one of the most active heroes in regards to criminal investigations and successfully solving a high number of them with his agency. That I can at least give him some respect for. Izuku finished explaining. The table devolved into random chatter for the rest of the lunch block from then on. As the group happily made small talk, at the table next to them, Shoto had listened in more intently at the mention of his father's name. His interest was piqued more and more regarding the verdette. Shoto decided he would need to start keeping an eye on him. Alright, today we will start off with a rather controversial topic, Aizawa stated as he stood at his desk at the front of the room. His students began to stiffen at his words, worried about what they would be covering on their first day. Vigilantes, he simply said. He saw several give him looks of surprise. While some students gave him looks of interest, he could see the discomfort in others. Good. This topic has a fine line that is easy to cross and most people have strong opinions on either side of it. For now, this meant his students would hear all sides and he hoped he could help them learn to form their own opinions on the matter. One that could either help them or hinder them on the field. Yaoyorozu, what is the HPSC's definition of a vigilante? He asked the Ravenet heiress. Momo gave him a nod and began to speak clearly, easily reciting the textbook definition. According to the HPSC, a vigilante is one who breaks the law by using their quirk to perform unsanctioned hero work. That is what they use to describe a vigilante. Now who can tell me why that is bullshit? He asked the room. They were all silent, unsure of what he was really asking them. He waited a moment before he saw Shinso raise his hand. He gestured to the Indigote who gave his answer. Because we are judging what a vigilante is by the standards of the HPSC. Anyone who accidentally uses their quirk to defend themselves from a villain can easily be considered a vigilante by that standard. He explained. Indeed, the HPSC, while setting some good laws, tend to be too strict with them. And as a result, many active heroes are just as strict, some even too determined to uphold the law. Aizawa replied. He looked around the room once more to gauge his students' reactions. He saw Iida raise his hand, eager to ask a question. He nodded to the brunette, who stood up to address his point. But sir, surely as heroes we should do our best to uphold the law. Catching a vigilante would be a part of our job, would it not? Iida asked, his confusion evident on his face. And we should, but if you follow the rules too closely, you become too restricted. The inverse could be said about not following the rules at all. He looked at each and every one of his students to be sure his next point struck a chord with them. One of the more important things a hero should learn is to make a judgment call. An encounter with a vigilante is a good example of that. In underground heroics, if you choose to go that route or have to dip your toes in it, you will often come across vigilantes as the nighttime provides them the perfect opportunity to act. I have had many run-ins with vigilantes myself, and I have both chosen to either arrest or accept the aid of those vigilantes. It comes down to a judgment call, an important one, he explained, his class paying rapt attention. But sensei, hero, how do we know if we make the right call? Tsuyu asked Aizawa. Aizawa gave the frog girl a small smile. That, Asui, is the right question. First off, it comes down to your information. Vigilantes have their own fans, much like daytime heroes do. By keeping your ear to the ground, you can pick up a few things about a vigilante. If you hear good things about a vigilante, you might take the chance to work with them should you come across them. But if you know that a vigilante has a reputation for being harsh to the criminals and villains they fight, but still ultimately do good for the community around them, you may have a harder choice to make. You won't always know if you make the right call in regards to this, but the choice you make, you will have to learn to live with. It's not easy, but you all have chosen to be heroes. You didn't choose the easy path in life. He finished, pointing to the group at large to punctuate his point. Izuku and Shinso made their way to their elective as soon as class ended. They, along with Momo and Iida, had left as a group with the others who had electives but broke off from the two to make their way to their class. Izuku and Shinso ascended to the upper floors of UA, reaching the top floor as they found the door to their elective class. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of a young man with short, slick blonde hair with his bangs being parted to the right as they slightly hung over his periwinkle blue eyes. The blonde turned to face the door as he heard the two walk in, tilted his head in such a way that seemed natural to him and gave them a smirk. "Well now, to think I would be graced by the presence of 1A. To what do I owe this gracious descent down your gilded mountain?" he said snidely, his smirk never leaving his face. Izuku and Shinso already felt a headache coming. To them, it felt like they had to deal with another Bakugo. As if having the original in their regular classes wasn't enough. Izuku decided to push those feelings aside, more intent on trying to make a new friend. He walked to the blonde and held his hand out. "Hi, you must be from 1B. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but feel free to call me Izuku." The verdette greeted the blonde amicably. The blonde just stared at Izuku in confusion before he moved on autopilot and shook the verdette's hand. Izuku noted the blonde seemed to go into deep thought when their hands connected, but the blonde recovered quickly and returned the gesture fully. "Monoma Nito." Monoma offered his hand to Shinso, the indigo narrowing his eyes before extending his hand out to him. Monoma expressed some understanding as their hands connected before releasing his hold. Izuku and Shinso took their seats in the empty desks, with Izuku acting as the buffer between Shinso and Monoma. The three sat in silence as they waited for the instructor to arrive. After a while, Izuku grew curious about the blonde. "So, Monoma, how are things in your class? Has the first day gone well for you all?" Monoma raised a brow at the friendly small talk, but his smirk softened at the rather easygoing nature of the verdette. "My class is fine, Midoriya. Our sensei, Vlad King, is proving to be a great hero to learn under for the start of our studies. We have a few oddities in our class, but I suppose those with quirky natures make things more interesting." Izuku nodded with Shinso grunting in agreement. "Yeah, we got a few of those too," Izuku said. "Though we also have a Bakugo. My advice, if you run into an ash blonde from 1A, please don't judge all of us based on him. He doesn't really play well with others," Izuku added, trying to be proactive in curbing any tension between their classes. "What he means is, we still haven't been able to house train Bakugo. Just watch out for explosions," Shinso commented. Monoma chortled, before giving the two a small, genuine smile. "Fine. I appreciate the word of warning. I will be sure to pass it along to my classmates." Another lull happened in the conversation. Monoma decided to satisfy his curiosity by asking the reason why Izuku and Shinso decided to take this elective. The two gave him the same reasoning they gave their friends at lunch, though Izuku was much more energetic about it as he began to discuss ideas with Monoma on how it could be applied to the rest of their hero work. "I can see both of your points. I decided to start with this as a way to help my quirk use and to be a more effective hero. After all, outside of my quirk, my intellect is just as important," Monoma explained. "I see. What is your quirk, Monoma?" Izuku asked now that the topic was brought up. He didn't want to make his new acquaintance uncomfortable, knowing that sometimes asking about people's quirks could be a sensitive topic. As was the case with Monoma, who seemed to debate on whether or not to answer that question. "I suppose you two are friendly enough," Monoma finally said. "My quirk is copy. As its name implies, I am able to copy another person's quirk, up to 4, for a 10-minute period for each quirk." He expected jeers or snide remarks from Izuku but was surprised by getting the opposite. "That's an amazing quirk. That makes you an effective team player wherever you go," Izuku said with stars in his eyes, pulling out his notebook from the ether. Monoma looked at Shinso for help understanding what just happened, only to see Shinso shake his head, letting him know that it was better if he didn't try and understand the mystery. "Do you have an immediate understanding when you copy a quirk? If so, I can see why learning investigation and procedures could help you with profiling potential suspects." "My thoughts exactly, Midoriya." Monoma preened at Izuku's insights, pleased to see how well the interaction between them was going. Izuku paused as he remembered Monoma's expression changing when he shook his hand, and how it was different when he shook Shinso's hand. "Hey, Monoma, Are there some quirks you have trouble copying? I noticed you seemed to grimace a little when we shook hands, but with Shinso you were fine. Monoma went silent as he turned to stare at his hand. Yes, he said, a little dejectedly. When I shook Shinso's hand, I immediately felt his quirk being copied over to me. But when I shook your hand, there was nothing. Actually, not really nothing, it felt like something was blocking that attempt. Izuku racked his brain, thinking about why that could be. He snapped his fingers, gaining the attention of the other two next to him. My quirk has a stockpile component to it, as well as an activation requirement. Do you have issues with those? Yes, I may copy any vestigial aspects of stockpilers, but I can't copy the stockpiled energy or produce it myself. He brought a hand to his chin as he thought about the other part of the problem. That doesn't explain what blocked me though. Izuku unconsciously put a hand on Ego, thinking about why that is, but starting to have a feeling his first pin had some other abilities still unknown to him. Their thoughts were broken up when the door opened. Their instructor had finally arrived. He was a tall man, with short brown hair that was neatly trimmed. He seemed to be European, just by his looks alone. He walked with the air of a man who owned the room, his every step was measured as he made his way to the front desk. The man was wearing a very well-made, tailored black suit underneath a brown ulster coat and had a briefcase in his hand. The man placed his briefcase on the desk and he slid his coat off with ease and in a fluid motion, draped it across the back of his chair. His eyes took in every detail of the three young men sitting before him. Greetings and welcome, my three newest protégés. The man said in perfect Japanese. Welcome to my world, our world, the world of the normal and mundane, constantly moving forward and backward, where every detail is laid bare before us. He stepped forward with several folders he pulled from his briefcase. And where everyone else may see, I will teach you to observe, and to make proper deductions, allowing yourselves to always be a step ahead of those you will chase into the darkness, bringing out facts and evidence to light, and to deliver justice to those who have been wronged. The man gave a folder to Izuku, Shinso, and Monoma as he strode over to the board, taking the stylus and activating the writing function of the display. With a flourish, he wrote down his name on the board. The Inspector Hero, Holmes. Now, open your files and we shall begin your first case. You three will work together to determine the weapon, most likely suspect, and killer based on witness testimonies and other various facets of information such as motive, as well as learning to determine how the murder happened based on environmental factors. The devil is in the details, and you will find them all and learn to connect them. Holmes stated. The three young men nodded and dove into their work. And do not be afraid to ask questions. You are novices, and it is my job to help foster the inquisitive nature that brought you all here today. Izuku made his way to the dorms with Shinso in tow. Their brains fried as the simple cases Holmes had them start on were anything but the Inspector Hero upping the challenge with each case. The two of them and their new classmate stayed behind even after the bell dismissed them to take the time to solve their final case. There was much rejoicing between the three young men as they correctly solved the last case, working together and going through each and every detail they could. Izuku finally kicked open the door to the dorm, dragging Shinso by the collar as the two entered the building. That was the sight most of 1A saw as the two returned. And it was a rather amusing sight if the stifled laughter from their coursemates were anything to go by. Just toss me on the couch, Izuku. Shinso dryly asked. Izuku complied and continued to pull his friend over to the couches in a zombie-like state. Once the two were at an empty one, Izuku used orbit, holding up his left arm and showing the pin as it was clipped to the cuff of his sleeve and lifted his friend's motionless body onto the furniture. By dropping him like a sack of rocks, Shinso only grunted, but the sound was muffled by the cushions. Izuku felt an arm wrap around his and lazily turned his head to see Momo pull him through the common area and up the stairs. Her lips formed into a warm smile as she looked at him. Lips that he felt softly press against his cheek as the Ravenet heiress kissed him. Welcome back, Zuzu. How was your elective? Momo asked, slightly concerned by his lethargic state. I can't think anymore. Brain too fried, Izuku said weakly. It was so awesome. And with the flip of a switch, his mood changed. Before crashing back to his frazzled state. Momo just giggled as she watched Izuku. Momo gently led him down the hall and they stopped in front of Shoka's door. They didn't wait long as the long-haired Ravenet immediately opened the door for her partners. She couldn't hold back a smirk as she looked at Izuku. "Long day, Izzy?" she asked. "Apparently his brain is fried, but in a good way," Momo explained, taking on a contemplative look as she answered. "Ah, I thought that was our job now," Shoka teased. Izuku began to blush with Momo matching the shade of red he took. Shoka snorted as she dragged the two into her room, leading them to the bed. That didn't help their blushes as their minds ran wild with implications. "Calm down, dorks, the bed is just more comfortable to relax on," she said with a shake of her head. Shoka plopped down onto her bed, pulling Izuku with her, with Momo following after him as her arm was still linked with his. The three sat together, with Izuku in the middle as the two Ravenets leaned into him. "So, who wants to start us off?" questioned Shoka. "I guess I'll go. Might jump-start my brain again," Izuku joked. "Class was fun, just mentally taxing. Our teacher is a guest instructor from the UK. The Verdette began to count on his fingers, preparing to list exactly what he did. "We spent the whole class going over old solved case files, learning to pick up tiny details that could be easily missed, learning to discern witness statements as either truthful, biased or outright lying. And each time the cases got more difficult. Still fun though." Momo's eyes lit up at his description of his elective class. Her mind ran wild with thoughts as he painted an exciting picture in her mind of old-school detectives solving impossible crimes. "Looks like you got Momo's interest," Shoka commented as she saw the smile forming on the heiress' face. "Of course," the Ravenet answered. Her bouncy personality began to emerge as she spoke. "I will have to consider this class for next semester." Izuku and Shoka chuckled at Momo's elated expression, happy their girlfriend was excited as she planned her future coursework. Izuku looked at Momo. "So how was your elective?" "Quite interesting. We mostly covered procedures today. We were told that the class will become more challenging as we will be expected to work through a mock operation as the semester goes on," Momo explained. "This is more for large-scale operations and not sudden ones that we mostly see street heroes undergo. So follow your lead when shit hits the fan." "Sounds good to me," the slender Ravenet replied. "Well, maybe let me gain some experience first. I don't believe I would be an effective leader," Momo said, dejectedly. She lowered her head as she started to lose herself to her self-doubt, only to stop when she felt Izuku and Shoka grip her hand in support. "Hey, none of that," Izuku reassured her with a soft voice. "Just remember, I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer, after all," Shoka added. Momo's eyes widened in shock at the quotes before her expression shifted into one of happiness. "Did you two quote Dune at me?" "You both read Dune. I bummed it off of Izzy here after he finished it per your recommendation. You hyped it up so I wanted to give it a shot," Shoka explained. It wasn't her favorite read, but it had its moments. "Then I shall endeavor to find another suggestion for you too," Momo stated. Shoka smirked and shook her head at the onyx-eyed Ravenet. "Sure. I got time to kill." Izuku looked at Shoka, curious about what she did with her free time. "So how did your day finish up?" "Hung out with Mina and Toru a bit before chilling with Kyoka. She showed me her instruments and we spent the rest of the time exchanging songs to listen to," Shoka said, explaining how her free time was spent. It wasn't much, but it was still fun for her. "Now, I just want some R&R with my boyfriend and girlfriend." She began to lean further into Izuku, who slowly worked up the courage to wrap an arm around her and did the same for Momo as she copied Shoka. He was still getting used to being with the two beautiful Ravenets like this. When their R&R turned into an impromptu make-out session, his brain began to blue screen again. And he was fine with that. Dinner time came around and the three joined up with the rest of 1A, enjoying their dinner with their friends. They all began to discuss their classes, which led to a joint homework and study session headed by Izuku, Momo, and Iida. It made things relatively easy for everyone to understand since the three could easily go and help whoever needed it without getting too bogged down. It also was helped by the fact that they only had to focus on 4 classes each day. And now, Their excitement grew for tomorrow. UA, Wednesday. 1A sat at their desks, their excitement and curiosity building up as they waited for their mysterious instructor for their heroics class. As slow as the day went, it couldn't ruin this moment. Their first steps at becoming heroes. And so the class had to find ways to pass the time. Most of the class began to work out the identity of their instructor, trying to guess at different heroes, working out who could even be able to teach at UA. All except 3. However, that didn't mean Izuku could hold back his own excitement. Shinso smirked at his friend's barely contained excitement as Shoka leaned over to him. "Hey, Izzy, relax. I'm about to have Momo make a giant hamster wheel and have you run around it for a while. Might get some extra credit if we tie it to a UA generator to give them some free energy." Shoka joked with Izuku. "Sorry Shoka, I just can't wait to get started," Izuku explained with a wide, bright smile on his face. He just continued to listen to the class around him. He smiled further as several of his coursemates began to work on the rumor that All Might was even asked to teach. And they would soon find out. The room began to go quiet as loud footsteps resounded out in the hall, nearing the classroom. Kyoka perked up as she was the first to hear it. "No way. Ha ha ha, I am here. I can't be, it's really him. Manly, coming through the door, like a hero," All Might proclaimed, the large muscular hero grabbing the door frame as he leaned into the room in the most dramatic fashion possible, his blue cape billowing as he did. He was wearing a costume from his Silver Age that consisted of a bodysuit that was red at the top with several white lines accenting the costume, a thick yellow belt with a silver and red buckle, blue pants that had a white stripe running down the sides, a pair of yellow boots with white and red bands at the top of them and a pair of yellow arm braces. The class went wild at the appearance of the number 1 hero. Shoka, however, couldn't help herself. And that led to Izuku and Shinso joining her in their revelry. All Might made his way to the front desk as the class began to talk amongst themselves. He gave them a moment before getting their attention. "All right you future heroes, I am here to teach you heroics. Where your course instructor helps you understand laws and other aspects of your future career, I will be starting you off on the basics of being a hero. This is one of the most important courses during your time here at UA, and will be graded as such by myself and your course instructor." He struck a pose as he began to hype up the class, "and so we shall hit the ground running, and our first lesson shall be." He turned his body, holding a white card with the word battle written in bold, orange letters on it. Combat training. Bakugo's face began to shift into a manic grin, excited at the prospect of fighting. Combat. Training. Izuku began to focus. He didn't expect to have to fight so soon, but he was confident in his training with his friends and Aizawa that we had a good chance of making an impression. All Might's voice broke them both out of their thoughts. "But, I can't have you fight in your uniforms. You must look the part of a hero if you are to be one." At those words, panels of the walls began to slide out, revealing several gray cases that were numbered 1 to 20. "Since these are your first costumes, we will use this as a chance for you to not only get used to them, but to also see what works and what doesn't. After all, I didn't have only one costume, mine changed, and adapted to what I needed." The class grew even more excited at the fact they were allowed to wear the costumes they had designed before arriving at UA. "After you change, meet me at ground beta for our lesson," All Might instructed. One by one, the class went to grab their case and make their way to the locker rooms to change. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso were the last ones to gather their things. They each gave each other a look and a nod. It was time to show off their style, courtesy of Mr. H. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.